Chapter 80. In a confrontation between two armies, a true expert would not fly up and down as some people imagined. There was also no so-called fighting aura that would emit a biubiubiu sound. The strict training he had undergone to become a paladin had given him a strong physique and solid martial arts. Even in a bloody battlefield where demons were dancing wildly, this powerful warrior was still so dazzling. Although there was no exaggeration like the special effects, his simple movements of slaughtering demons made people feel that this was the epitome of violence. A broad short sword tempered with silver fragments, and an iron shield embedded with silver shavings, in the hands of this efficient demon terminator, turned something rotten into something magical. A human with such simple weapons could actually face a horde of Thanner re-demons without being at a disadvantage. This was truly admirable. What a fierce warrior! The blue dragon youth, who was wielding his adamantine sword, could not help but applaud when he saw this scene. This time, the demon army that came to attack the city was personally mobilized by the Lord. The number and quality of the army exceeded expectations. The mercenaries from another plane had already made some arrangements in the fortress according to the original plan. In order to gain more time to prepare, the commander of the fortress had no choice but to brave the arrows and stones and join the battle. Recently, Keyes had been training for a while every day according to the 9-sword catalog that he had bought from the merchant Yugoloth. This was the perfect time for him to test the results of his training. The blue dragon youth used the army sword technique that was suitable for fighting. His stance was stable, his steps were agile, and he could clearly see the complicated situation around him. Slashing and stabbing were the most common forms of attack in this technique. The way to block was also to use the principle of the weapon to block the enemy's attack. However, as the saying went, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. Even if Keyes transformed into a human, he was still a human megalosaurus. The moves he used were all-powerful and heavy. With the combination of the strong and sharp adamantine weapon, there were very few demons who could be his match. The blue dragon boy had praised Jensen before, and the latter had also noticed him. At first, Jensen was a little surprised that this young man dared to charge into the depths of the demon army just like him. But after seeing his powerful moves, this former paladin could not help but think helplessly in his heart, he's still lacking. Although he's strong, his moves are always old. It'll be dangerous if his physical strength can't keep up. I hope I still have the strength to take care of him when that happens. He did not recognize that the young man was the highest authority in the Bartholomew fortress. Although Keyes had been on the battlefield, personally, he was either in his megalosaurus form or too far away from the ordinary defenders. Jensen naturally did not recognize Keyes' appearance. However, he was a former Saint Samurai after all, so he naturally had a good heart. In the midst of the fight, Jensen was constantly adjusting his position to get closer to Keyes. He planned to take this young man with him when he retreated later. The martial arts of the army sword would improve the user's insight. As a megalosaurus, Keyes had a racial advantage in this aspect. Naturally, he would strengthen it now. He only glanced at Jensen's movements from the corner of his eye and guessed what he was thinking. What a rare guy in the lower realm. I didn't expect to fight side by side with a paladin again. Keyes thought of a good friend who liked to play the role of a paladin on Earth. He could not help but sigh. Because of the far-fetched but very reasonable relationship, the blue dragon boy took out a small silver bottle from his pocket and found the right time to throw it to Jensen. It's for you. Since the others probably can't use it anyway, it'll be easier to smear it on your weapon and kill the demons later. Keyes threw out the small silver bottle, which contained a few drops of the leftover Honda holy oil. Due to the problem of alignment, this holy oil from the angel race in the Bartholomew fortress was rarely used in the Bartholomew Fortress. Only senior mages like Keyes and Snade could cast the alignment adaptation spell on themselves and not be hurt by the backlash. Jason, on the other hand, did not have such a problem at all. Although this former paladin was stripped of his title as a paragon and thrown into the bloody battlefield to repay his debt, he had never deviated from the good side of order, and the god he believed in did not abandon him. With his quick reflexes and strong martial arts skills, Jensen still had the strength to take the gift from Keyes while fighting the demons. He gently knocked the blade of the broad-bladed dagger and pushed it away, while his other forearm, which was covered with a shield, held the small silver bottle in the palm of his hand. This smooth movement made Keyes applaud once again. The young blue dragon boy said loudly, "Why don't you hurry up and try it? There are many demons here waiting for us to kill." After saying this, Keyes took out the same small silver bottle and crushed it without hesitation, gently smearing the oily liquid inside on his weapon. As if a spark had been thrown into hot oil, the scythe sword in his hand instantly ignited with a dazzling flame, burning away the stains of the evil demon's blood that had been left on it from killing the evil demons. Seeing this scene, the former Saint Samurai did not suspect anything and turned his weapon into a torch in the same way. However, when he held it in his hand, he clearly felt that although the flame was amazing, it did not burn his hands at all. On the contrary, as the flame burned, a very comfortable warmth flowed from his palms to his limbs and bones. This is the feeling of positive energy. The familiar warmth made Jensen, who was now wandering in the bottomless abyss, feel very surprised. The tiredness caused by the continuous battles was swept away in the blink of an eye. Due to the restriction of the maxim of silence, he could not personally thank the young man who gave him this valuable item, but he was ready to express his gratitude with practical actions. With this essential oil rich in positive energy, my combat power has increased a lot. When we retreat, we must take this generous brother with us. This was just one of the small episodes that appeared from time to time on the battlefield. In fact, the Tana Ree who came to attack the fortress seemed to have gone crazy under the mobilization of the demon lord. Even when the cannons on the walls of the fortress were fired again, the soldiers still refused to retreat even after leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses. They were determined to erase Fort Bator from the plain of Acid Fog Canyon. At this time, the battlefield slowly turned into a huge meat grinder. Although the defenders of Bator Fortress were rotating blades at this time, the Tana Ree demons were minced meat. But once the physical strength of the defenders began to decline, the situation would inevitably be reversed. Mortals could not compete with the demons of the lower realm in endurance. At that time, the scene would become a one-sided massacre. Moreover, so far, the incarnation of the demon lord and the tyrant worm hiding beside him had not appeared in the army. The danger that could not be seen was 100 times more dangerous than the danger that could be seen. These two hidden in the sea formed by the Tana Ree demon army was always a huge hidden danger. After cutting down another demon that wanted to attack him from behind, Keyes realized that he had to make a decision immediately. The arrangement in the fortress had reached the final stage. Success or failure depended on this one move. He had to fight for this time, no matter what. Retreat. Contrary to the previous paladin's expectations, the young man in front of him, who was fighting fiercely just now took the initiative to retreat to the main camp. Jason had observed his moves. He should still have a lot of strength left. However, it seemed that because Keyes had been in the position of commander for a long time, his words naturally had a convincing aura. Although Jason had doubts, he still resolutely carried out the young man's order. Retreat was not a route. If he wanted to retreat, he had to deal with the enemy chasing after him. Originally, Jason wanted to bring up the rear himself and buy some time for the young man to retreat, but this strange young man wanted him to personally carry out this challenging task. The style of the scythe in his hand changed in an instant. It changed from the simple and unadorned king's sword to a wild slash like a storm. Although this would give the demons a chance to sneak attack, given the powerful strength of the blue dragon young man, no demons could get close to him for a while. Seeing such a scene, Jason no longer pretended to be pretentious. He gave the young man a be careful look and then took a deep breath. This deep breath obviously used a lot of strength. The pig's nose gas mask on his face made of metal, and leather was slightly deformed. Shield bash, virtuous evil destroyer. Jason made one last assist for Keys before retreating. Just like the introduction, this once excellent paladin not only had a strong physique gained through training, but his firm belief also gave him the ability to use spells like Evil Slaying Slash. Not only that, but Jason could also use a skill that was often mastered by senior paladins who were much older than him. By calling on the holy power of virtuousness and attaching it to his weapon, his next attack would cause tons of damage to evil creatures. He threw the silver-inlaid shield that was filled with holy power like a frisbee into the group of demons that were entangled with Kith. Unlike before, the shield did not bounce back in an arc this time. Instead, the double amount of holy power caused the shield to explode. Jason's move was like throwing a high-explosive grenade in the middle of the enemies surrounding Keys. The broken shield and the surging holy light directly cleared a small group of Tana re-demons. When the deed was done, he would leave without leaving a trace. After finishing this move, the former paladin, who had the demeanor of an ancient hero, rushed straight in the opposite direction without looking back. Because they were deep in the enemy's formation, even the way back to their own formation was not easy. There were many Tana re-demons in front of them. The only advantage was that most of these demons blocking the way had their backs to them. Many mercenaries from other planes were either forced or spontaneously rushed into the enemy's formation in the fierce battle. The Tana re-demons blocking Jason's retreat were facing them at this time, so they could only leave their backs to the former paladin. Although the paladin advocated fairness and courage, he was not so pedantic as to talk about virtue with these Tana re-demons. In fact, without the protection of the shield, he did not want to confront the demons head-on. Holding a broad short sword smeared with Hongda holy oil, Jason deliberately chose to attack the Tana re-demons who were fighting with other mercenaries from other planes of Bator with their backs to him. While the former paladin slaughtered the demons to open up a path of retreat, he also gathered a number of fortress defenders to help him break out. Under his leadership, this group of people tore apart the vanguard of the Tana re-demons like a sharp knife cutting through cloth. Chapter 81. Jason did not forget about Keys when he led everyone to charge in the opposite direction. After he realized that he had opened up a path of retreat, he even looked back to see if Keys had followed them. After Jason's evil-slaying chop grenade-assisted, Keys also took out his high-tech weapon, the wailing double-barreled shotgun. Since entering the lower plane, Keys had not used this weapon much. Although it was not to the extent of being a treasure, how could he improve his skills if he did not practice controlling the gun? People could not always rely on cheats to survive. They had to have real skills. Anyway, with the density of the demons in front of him, there was no danger of missing the target. This was the perfect opportunity to remove his title of body tracing master. The young blue dragon, who had always been full of action, stood slightly on his feet and made a pose commonly used in Western cowboy gladiators. He held the shotgun with one hand and did not need to aim carefully. He just pulled the trigger at the Tana re-demons that rushed towards him. Bang! The shotgun that had been loaded before the battle sprayed out in a fan shape from the muzzle, covering a large number of dretch that rushed towards him. The silver-plated bullets tore through the bodies of the weak demons, and for a moment Screams could be heard everywhere. This also confirmed the name of Keyes's weapon. The double-barreled shotgun could fire twice in a row. The demons that were hit by the bullets in the second wave were relatively more miserable. A lurking Babu demon rogue was discovered by Keyes and was shot in the chest. The kinetic energy of the silver-plated bullets was completely released in the flesh of the demon. A huge hole appeared from the front of the demon's chest to the back, and its body also bounced high and fell heavily. "Give me a target, and I'll give you back silence." Ignoring the fact that he was just shooting at the demon's face, the young blue dragon proudly recited this long-time favorite line. Of course, although this operation looked fierce and efficient, it did not scare away the demons who were used to seeing blood and limbs. The Tana demons could rarely be called warriors, but once they entered the state of battle, their brain would often ignore the fear of death. In the long life of these creatures, there was no lack of experience in responding to the summons and being fortunate enough to wreak havoc in the material plane. Although most of them ended up being killed by heroes, the demons could soon be reborn in the blood pool in the bottomless abyss. That undoubtedly deepened the contempt these creatures had for death. Even if they were now in the abyss, where demons would truly die if they died here, these fellows still attacked the blue dragon youth without fear of death. In desperation, Keyes had to set foot on the path opened by Jason and followed their footsteps and slowly retreated in the direction of the fortress. He figured out how to lure the tyrant worm and its avatar out, but in the encirclement of the demon army, it was still too risky. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to use it in a safer stronghold. As time passed, the Tana demons had more stamina than mortals, and their numbers were many times greater than the defenders of the fortress. The situation of the battle was gradually developing in the demons' favor. If one looked down at the entire battlefield from the sky, they would see that the mercenaries from other planes and the demon army as a whole were in a crisscrossing pattern. However, the jagged front where the two came into contact was slowly advancing towards Bator Fortress. There were other mercenaries from other planes like Keyes and Jason who had charged into the enemy's formation, and they gradually began to retreat in groups. Fortunately, the cannons of the fortress were still firing loudly. The powerful Hellscream shells smashed into the sea of Tana, demons one after another, creating large waves of broken limbs and blood. Lord Helmet, whom our main character Keyes had been thinking about, was not spared either. The cannons that were bombarding him repeatedly found the avatar of the demon lord. Although even fortified bullets wouldn't be able to do anything to a dimensional ruler, it was still quite humiliating for a demon lord's incarnation of a dragon to be repeatedly slapped in the face by artillery shells. However, in order to achieve his original intention of directing a good show, the super boss endured the humiliation and slowly advanced step by step. He wanted to wear the shiniest shirt and pretend to be very emotional and personally walk to Bator Fortress to get on his own four-sided platform. However, any demon who saw him embarrass himself was in trouble. They were either directly hit by a mental retardation spell or directly taken away by a hand gesture that caused the parasitic acid worms in their bodies to go berserk. Along the way, there were many more victims of the Tana demons and newborns of the cataclysmic worms. It could be said that a general success was built on thousands of dead bodies. Making a good movie was a waste of effort. Fortunately, hard work paid off. After walking through the artificial isolation zone created by the Hellscream cannons, the great director Helmet walked to the front of the demon army. They were less than a stone's throw away from Bator Fortress, where the mercenaries from other planes relied on the fortress's defensive system to resist the Tana demons. Although Dalton only began to experience a serious military showdown after he went to Hell, he still had a lot of experience. But when he was in Soft Maple City, this Broom Eyebrows boss had experienced a lot of gang battles. Even when he was fighting the Tana Re-Demons, he did not forget to observe both sides of the battle. This was a kind of wisdom that came from the streets. There must be a turning point in the battle between two sides. At that time, one side was bound to rise, while the other side was bound to fall. He had seen it countless times. The minions of the gangs fought without fear of death, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly turned around and fled for no reason. It was as if someone had installed a timer in their heads. Although the mercenaries from other planes in Bator Fortress had also experienced life-and-death battles before, the situation this time was completely different from the past. This time, so far, there were no powerful monsters like the Baylor, the Apostles of Calamity, or the wolf-snake demons that made people despair. But it was precisely this difference that gave Dalton a bad premonition. He believed in his own eyes. When the demons attacked the fortress, he had already observed the attack pattern of the demon army. There must be a powerful high-grade demon driving it to force the chaotic Tana Re-Demons to carry out a slightly organized operation. Otherwise, those guys would not even be able to walk in a straight line. The scale of the demons attacking this time was far greater than before. This was the first time the demons had approached the outer walls of the fortress. Based on the current situation, Dalton estimated that the outermost defensive position would not be able to resist the seemingly tireless and numerous enemies for too long. Then the question came back. Where was the commander behind the demons who could make so many demons launch a continuous attack without fear of death? The answer to his question was an invisible force field giant hand, Bigby's capture palm. As a shadow thief master, who had very well, Dalton's perception was quite sensitive. He only observed a slight distortion in the surrounding light, which allowed him to discover this deadly giant hand. Crouching down and rolling, Broom Eyebrows dodged the capture of the force field giant hand with a standard thief's evasive maneuver. When he dodged and hid behind one of his colleagues with an agility that did not match his body size, he had time to size up the high-level spellcaster who attacked him. That's right, Dalton did not associate Helmet's image with a demon at first glance. This dragon's subbody was not conspicuous among the Tana Re-Demons and was only slightly taller than ordinary people. The mithril silk robe he wore was more in line with the fashion style favored by human mages. At the same time, it revealed a trace of mystery, and at the same time, it announced to the world that I'm rich. But there was no doubt that the guy standing next to Demon Thanner Re was very powerful. The demons around him moved in all directions, as if they were afraid that they would not be able to avoid him. Coupled with the strange-looking calamity bugs behind him, it had to be said that his aura was astonishing. He actually dodged it. Helmet seemed to be surprised that such a mortal could actually dodge his spell, and could not help but think. The incarnation of the Demon Lord was somewhat unhappy. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. As he moved, the force field giant hand that had not yet dissipated slowly turned into a clenched fist, Bigby's Vajra fist. Aiming at the fish that had escaped the net hiding in the fortress's formation, the force field fist flew out. Dalton hurriedly dodged, but the force field fist formed by the magic energy seemed to be equipped with a precision guide. After hitting a few people and becoming an arrow at the end of its flight, it still hit the body of the shadow thief master fiercely. You're really stubborn. Dalton did not know whether he was talking about the soul-chasing spell or Broom Eyebrows, who was still struggling at death's door after receiving a force field fist that was not inferior to the attack of a battering ram, although it was an arrow at the end of its flight. But one thing was clear. The incarnation of the Demon Lord who cared about face did not intend to let go of his target. Firstly, it was his stubborn personality. Secondly, he did not want Dalton to rely on the experience of escaping from his hands to go around the world and ruin himself. On the other hand, although the Shadow Thief Master was indeed hit by the Bigby's Vajra fist, he was not seriously injured because of his own profession's ability to dodge. Using the reaction force of the Vajra fist, this guy even widened the distance between him and the dangerous dragon subbody. Of course, the incarnation of the Demon Lord was not going to let him go. Not only did he personally chase after him, but he also ordered his own kin to join in the pursuit. Under the command of the dragon's subbody, the newborn cataclysm bugs rushed out of the battle line that was gradually straightening. The turning point that Dalton had been waiting for a long time finally appeared. As he wished, he reached a safer place before the weakened side retreated. But he certainly did not expect that the minion who suddenly turned around and fled was actually himself. Of course, Broom Eyebrows' turn around and flee was certainly different from the street gangsters. Generally, street gangsters would not be chased by multiple high-level demons while fleeing for their lives. In the face of the relentless pursuit of the disaster bugs, Dalton wisely chose to retreat with the other defenders instead of just covering his head and fleeing like a rat. An arrow shot from the side behind directly sank into the body of a disaster bug. Dalton's Archer brothers tried to kill these high-leveled acid mist worms, but the results were minimal. Even if the purple robe wooden bow in his hand was of superior quality, it still couldn't give off the feeling of shooting an RPG with a bow as described in some novels. But what he could not do did not mean that others could not do it. A broad-bladed dagger slashed diagonally from the bottom left to the top right, cutting the target in half like a hot knife through butter. The white flames burning on the wound offset the demon's innate regenerative ability, and just like that, it ended the life of the Calamity Swarm closest to Dalton. As a former sacred samurai who was in the extreme opposite camp, he used a weapon that was not only tempered with silver, but also smeared with Honda holy oil and used the evil slashing slash to deal with a Thanner re-demon. Chapter 82. Jensen used his own blade to repay the people who had helped him in the past. After calming down the guilt in his heart, his faith was sublimated, which also made his attacks full of holy power sharper. The demons of Tana Re, who used to be a paladin, were no match for him. However, it was easy to be punished if one was too strong. Helmuter noticed this foreign mercenary warrior who was on a killing spree. A paladin who worships the good side of order? How could such a guy appear in the barracks of the 9 prisons of Bader? Is it possible that the Batsu Devil's recruitment advertisements have reached all the way to Mountain Paradise? The dragon's avatar could not help but be surprised. As the incarnation of a homebody demon lord who had never walked out of the bottomless abyss, Hemtar was naturally not very knowledgeable. Therefore, he did not understand how much effort the demon Batsu had put in to recruit enough blood mercenaries from other dimensions. Of course, this lack of knowledge did not affect the strength and cunning of this monster. Helmuter was not angry when he saw the paladin wantonly slaughtering the new family members he had just transformed not long ago. Instead, he felt that using such a rare opponent as a trailer for his work was actually a somewhat surprising and wonderful idea. When Jensen swung his sword to cut down another swarm of calamity worms, something unexpected happened. The two halves of the demon's body suddenly exploded, and thousands of acidic worms burst out like popcorn out of a pot. In an instant, they swept towards the paladin, who was still on a killing spree. "Be careful!" Dalton of the Broom's Broom Brow Gang warned loudly. At the same time, the Shadow Thief Master no longer deliberately hid his strength. His figure suddenly flashed and jumped into the shadow under his feet. This move was much better than the Babu demon assassins in the demon army. When he appeared again, he directly jumped out from Jensen's shadow. Shadow Strike, Skynet Loose Hands. Dalton's fists, which were wearing spiked gloves, turned into a sky full of fist shadows, shrouding the massive amount of worms that were gushing towards him. He had practiced this skill to the point where he could use it with ease. It helped Jason block part of the explosion of the calamity bugs without hurting the former Saint Samurai, who were buried by the acid mist worms. In the face of the sudden explosion, Jensen had indeed fallen into a passive situation. Fortunately, Broom Eyebrow's timely rescue gave the experienced warrior a moment of respite. He quickly adjusted his rhythm. First, he used his Sacred Bruise ability to convert the additional damage caused by the acid worms into bruises that did not affect his movement. Then, he immediately used his holy power to heal the bruises. Even so, it was difficult to avoid physical pain, but at least his combat strength would not decrease too much. "Can you still fight?" Broom Eyebrows asked, without looking at Jason. His attention was focused on Helmful, who was walking towards him. "Don't think too much, kid. I didn't save you on purpose. It's just that this matter is really difficult to deal with. I might need your help to deal with it." After hearing Dalton's words, the former Saint Samurai did not say much. He just shook his arm, which was still a little sore, and then silently walked to the gang leader's side and stood still. The tip of the wide-bladed short sword in his hand was slanted towards the ground. He made a Saint Samurai sword stance that could only be grasped after a lot of practice. The stalemate was broken by 3 long arrows thrown from the sky. Dalton's bow-wielding lackey had some foundation as a ranger. When he retreated, he easily climbed up the outer wall of Bator Fortress. When he saw that his boss and Jensen, who had helped him before, were facing the same enemy, he did not think twice and pulled out arrows to provide long-range support. 3 consecutive arrows were shot towards the enemy in the distance in a triangular formation. However, what was unexpected was that the enemy did not act like a regular spellcaster and use conventional spells such as Protective Arrow to block the long-range sneak attack. As the incarnation of the Demon Lord, although Helmtar was not a melee expert, he was definitely not a weakling. He just grabbed an arrow shaft in the air and gently fiddled with it. The other 2 arrows also deviated and fell to the ground. Then he threw the arrow in his hand forward. This arrow that was thrown casually was surrounded by crackling electric arcs. At first glance, one could tell that it was not easy to deal with. Dalton and Jensen did not intend to take it head-on, but just as they were about to dodge, another spell followed. Command, Intimidate. Readers who have read the previous chapter would surely remember that even the powerful Batsus, fear demons, could not completely avoid the influence of this command spell. It was not hard to imagine how bad the situation was for Dalton and Jensen at this time. Shadow Meld, Shadow Meld. At the last moment, Broom Eyebrows was a little more skillful and recovered from the influence of the spell first. Then, this master of shadow thieves instantly used his special skill of Shadow Meld and used 2 gloves to catch the arrow that Helmtar shot at him. When he reappeared, Dalton had already used Shadow Meld to appear behind the enemy. Without any hesitation, he stabbed the arrow with crackling electric arcs into the back of the enemy, who seemed to be a high-grade spellcaster. But it was just an illusion. "Oh no, we fell into a trap." Dalton immediately reacted, but it was too late. Helmtar's scale-covered claws reached out from his wide sleeves and pierced through Broom Eyebrow's body. Jensen would never forget the scene that unfolded in front of him. This sinister-looking mafia boss had his body pierced through by a demon's sharp claws. His blood mixed with his internal organs turned into brown vomit as it gushed out of his mouth. "Don't worry about me, just go." This was the last thing Jensen read from his mouth. The last thing he did was to muster up his remaining strength and use the spiked gloves to strike the demon's claws that extended from his chest. This action triggered the special effect of the enchanted weapon. Driven by the spell, the 2 fists were like hydraulic presses, smashing the demon lord's palms into a bloody mess. Had Helmtar ever been injured like this before? It was no joke that the 5 fingers were connected to the heart. In an instant, a sharp pain surged into his eyes. Anger rose from his heart, and the evil demon's subbody pierced his other arm into Dalton's back. Under the force of the 2 arms, the underworld boss who once commanded Soft Maple City was torn in half like a rag. "You really deserve to die." This was the first sentence Jensen said after breaking the maxim of silence that he had always adhered to. Chapter 83. Seeing Dalton die tragically in front of him, the former Saint Samurai was not only angry, but also inexplicably sad. The word revenge was deeply imprinted in Jensen's heart like blood in his eyes. In order to get more power, he personally broke the silent proverb that he had been practicing for a long time. This would bring a temporary increase in power, but the price was that Jason, who worshipped the god of justice and law, would violate the agreement of the law and might lose the god's attention forever. But so what? Didn't Jason, the former Saint Samurai, commit the crime of murder because of the morality in his heart and lost the glory of the exemplary path? "Even though I have died 9 times, I have never regretted my actions." He had to defend what he believed in with his life because it was more important than life, more precious than honor, because it was the path in the heart of the Saint Samurai. He had to let the world know that good and evil would be rewarded in the end. As the incarnation of the demon lord, Hemtar did not care about the blood on his hand. He just flicked it gently, and then used magic to repair the wound on his palm caused by Dalton's dying blow. After removing the seal of the silent proverb, there was no dazzling light, but Jason's body began to swell and slightly propped up the gray robe on his body. Only by observing carefully could one see the characteristics of the most powerful group of heaven warriors, from the weak light rippling out of his body and the changes in his snow-white eyes. "Oh, it seems that something extraordinary has happened." Hemtar looked at the Saint Samurai in front of him, who seemed to be angered by his actions and triggered some of the characteristics of the heavenly creatures in his blood. He could not help but be slightly surprised. "Thou shalt be hated by the mysterious." In this world, language itself was a kind of power. When this sentence was said with the holy language of creation that he was not proficient in, the world changed because of it, although others did not feel anything strange. Hemtar, as the person involved, clearly felt that there seemed to be a kind of shackle composed of karma quietly but inevitably entangled his fate. "What did you do?" In shock and anger, the dragon subbody, which was still calm just now, instantly exploded. "Order, death." But as soon as the incantation left his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. As a spell master, he was very sure that the spell model he had constructed was accurate, but the moment the spell was activated, the model collapsed instantly, causing the spell's effect to be greatly reduced. Originally a top-tier enchantment like Order, death could only be resisted by a mortal with their total HP. There was no effective way to nullify it. But after being hit by this greatly reduced version of the spell, the paladin in front of him only seemed to frown in pain, and then continued to attack with his sword. How could this not be a huge mistake? The reason for all these variables was because of the language that Johnson had just used. The so-called creation language was actually a fragment of a lost language. Some scholars believed that it was the predecessor of the heavenly realm language. Very few mortals knew 1 or 2 of their words. Their power was so great that no mortal mind could understand more than 1 or 2 sentences. In this language, there were no evil words such as pain, despair, hatred, and betrayal. The word disgust that Johnson knew was probably one of the most negative words in this language. But Johnson was only a mortal after all. Even if he used the creation language, the curse of the demon lord incarnation being discussed by the mysterious was only partially realized. As the incarnation of the tyrant worm, the dragon's subbody, Helmuter, had the ability of a warlock while being a mage. Although there was a problem with the construction of the spell model, it did not mean that he could not fight back. Compared to mages, warlocks relied more on the power of their bloodline to cast spells. It was similar to the spell-like abilities of the lower realms demons. Although there were not as many types of spells as mages, warlocks of the same level could use more spells than mages. And with the tyrant worm's main body supporting him, Helmuter naturally did not have to worry about the lack of warlock spells. It was just that most of the spells he could use now were evoking spells. Prismatic Spray. The dragon subbody, who was no longer in the mood to continue fighting, flipped its palm and a cone-shaped beam of light formed by 7 colors suddenly shot out and enveloped Johnson, who was rushing over with his sword. The effects of this high-level evoking spell were very random. If one was lucky, it would be like being shown by a flashlight. If one was unlucky, the damage would be reduced according to the 7 colors of light. There was no doubt that the former sacred samurai often did good deeds, and good deeds would be rewarded with good deeds. This was a deeply hidden law of order in this world. The lucky Johnson only triggered one disease debuff. After breaking the silent dictum for half an hourglass, the god's blessing effect happened to be able to reduce the damage caused by the disease. Therefore, this vengeful warrior dashed out of the spell's area of effect without suffering any real damage. When the holy power poured into the wide short sword in his hand, the Honda holy oil that was smeared on the blade was completely ignited. The flame made all the good people feel warm and made all the evil people feel terrified. Johnson swung his sword at the demon in front of him with an unstoppable momentum. Under the influence of the flame of vengeance, the blade suddenly became a little tighter. Most of the righteous people were the butchers. Except for Johnson, who was close at hand, Dalton's subordinates did not scatter after seeing their boss's tragic death. All of a sudden, Helmuter became the target of everyone. He had to face the burning sword hanging above his head that constantly challenged his chaotic and evil nature. He also had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of his minions from all directions. In addition, he had no idea how to remove the influence of the holy word of creation on his spellcasting ability. The various encounters that he had encountered had driven the leader of the demons crazy. He even wanted to immediately summon the main body of the tyrant worm that was often in a dormant state to prepare for the apotheosis, and break out of the ground to end everything in front of him. Bear with it. After all, the strange megalosaurus at the core of this fortress has not appeared yet. Helmuter tried to use reason to suppress his rage. For any demon, this was indeed a big challenge. But these ants really deserve to die. The furious demon Lord directly used his claws to catch Johnson's short sword. The sharp blade cut his palm, and the holy flame on it was slightly weakened due to the contamination of the demon's blood. But just as he was about to smash the weapon into pieces, the holy flame on the sword suddenly soared. Just like what Johnson did when he broke Keys's weapon, the weapon exploded into pieces that covered Helmuter's entire upper body. Sword attack, worship kindness, and destroy evil. As soon as the short sword was caught, Johnson bent one of his knees and squatted down. At this moment, he just happened to dodge the flying sword fragments. Not only that, he did not stop attacking even though he was barehanded. From bottom to top, Johnson's strength went from his heel to his fist. Using the momentum of the bow, Johnson landed a heavy punch on Helmuter's lower abdomen. Fist of Heaven. P.S. Note 1. Prismatic Spray in D&D is a 7th level evocation type spell, and Colorful Spray is a 1st level illusion type spell. Because of the Chinese translation, it is easy to confuse. Just a simple explanation, it will not affect the reading. Chapter 84. Fist of Heaven was a powerful barehanded attack technique that was triggered by a sacred samurai who had practiced the Fist of Shock and awe by infusing it with holy energy. Jason, who was once blessed by the gods, persevered for decades under the guidance of the belief of upholding justice and combating evil. At this moment, his ability bloomed magnificently in the bottomless abyss. If the splashing power of Chongshan in the explosion of the broadsword was a great threat, then this close-range attack of the Fist of Heaven was a crisis. Even with the strength of the Demon Lord's incarnation, Hemtar was still sent flying a few feet off the ground by the strange force, and a large part of the tyrant worm's tongue that was connected to his legs was dragged out. Not only that, the Fist of Heaven's holy deterrence directly penetrated his natural resistance, and the dragon's subbody fell into a state of slight sluggishness due to the deterrence. On the battlefield, such a moment of sluggishness was fatal. The spinning hatchet and the arrows shot by the archers hit their targets one after another. Originally, this scene would never have happened under the protection of the magic shield, but the sound of the hatchet tearing the mithril silk robe, and the sound of the arrow piercing the flesh was the most realistic reflection of the absurd fact that these mortals had actually hurt the incarnation of a demon lord. Demons never regarded one-on-one combat as a kind of heroism. In fact, they rarely praised this kind of behavior, which was often praised by many other races. What's more, the situation now was a group of people fighting against their own boss. The cataclysmic bugs that were originally scattered not far away from the dragon's subbody swarmed up and attacked Jensen and the other participants in the fight as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although there were no powerful first-generation bodies like the ones in the army of the tyrannical gods, these newborn cataclysmic worms still brazenly used some of their spell-like abilities or directly went up to fight at close range. Acid fog, poisonous flames, and shrieking acid worms played the prelude to the destruction of the Broom Eyebrows gang. These guys did not have Jason's divine protection ability to protect them. Even if they were super fighters who could take down a dozen double flower red sticks in a street brawl, they were no better than lambs in front of the frenzied Tana Re demons. It should be noted that the demons of Tana Re had never been afraid of anyone when it came to ganging up. Even the Batsa Devil, who had a strong overall strength and was known for its strict order, could only fight on par with the ultimate villains of the bottomless abyss in the big data statistics of local battles. Demons had always been the ones ganging up on others. Very few creatures had the ability to gang up on demons. Moreover, this was their own territory. Of course, this was only for the calamity bugs. The other Tana Re demons living in this plane hated these parasites that were everywhere in the acid fog canyon. Protect him. Protect the Emperor. Purge the Emperor's concubines. Yep, in the end, this acid mist worm was quickly devoured by its fellow calamity worms due to its rather inappropriate behavior. The calamity bugs were inexplicably excited. The calamity bugs were all over the calamity bugs' bodies, and the calamity bugs were constantly muttering neurotic words. This was actually a psychological tactic used by the calamity bugs. Their opponents had to passively accept the test of focus. If they were not careful and distracted, the calamity bugs would easily take advantage of the situation. Perhaps it was a spell-like attack, or perhaps it was a choke bite from the calamity bugs. The calamity bugs would always use different methods to reap the lives of their opponents. Therefore, it was very difficult to figure out a pattern when fighting against them. Ordinary warriors could only rely on speed and brute force to deal with the calamity bugs, so that the calamity bugs would not be able to react in time, or even if they did react, they would not be able to resist. Jason had wanted to continue attacking Hemtar, who had fallen into a state of fear, but the calamity bugs that were harassing him forced him to be careful. He also did not want to give up on his allies who were being slaughtered by the calamity bugs. Revenge for one person or let more people live. If he chose the latter, he must immediately protect these people and retreat. But maybe after he retreated, he would completely lose the favor of the gods and become a slightly stronger ordinary person. Maybe he would die in the abyss. Maybe he would lose the last chance to seek justice for the familiar stranger. Maybe Jason suddenly thought of the words that Dalton, who was torn in half, had mouthed to him before he died. "Don't worry about me. Go." He instantly made up his mind and used all his strength to rush to the strangers who were being attacked by the calamity bugs. After rescuing them, he said to the calamity bugs, "Don't worry about me. Go." Peace of mind was where he belonged. In the past, just now, and now, this Saint Samurai had never betrayed his beliefs. "Don't even think about leaving." To the Saint Samurai's slight surprise, Hemtar, who had fallen into a state of fear, actually recovered so quickly. This demon lord's avatar did not care about the torn robe on his body, nor did he care about the arrows and flying axes embedded in his body. As soon as he woke up, he roared loudly in the language of the abyss. However, just like all the villain's declarations in the book, Helmut Hal only shouted out one sentence, leaving behind a large number of curses that were blocked before they could leave his mouth. "Finally found you, guy. Railgun." As a privilege given by the author to the protagonist, the young blue dragon was always able to shine at the crucial moment. Originally, Keyes had planned to use a strategy to lure this demon lord's avatar out, but on the way back to the fortress, he saw the Saint Samurai Jason fighting a swarm of calamity bugs. There was a 99% chance that someone who could command such a large number of high-level calamity bugs was the target Keyes was looking for. It was really a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. Without thinking too much, the young blue dragon instantly used the fine gold scythe in his hand as a cannonball, using the instantaneous formation of a super-strong electromagnetic field. He launched it at the most beautiful child, wearing very avant-garde clothes, the dragon's secondary body, Hemtar. The supersonic scythe cannonball fired at such a close distance was impossible to dodge. Moreover, as the target, Hemtar had just recovered from the Saint Samurai's attack and was still a little dizzy. In this way, the railgun hit this semi-fixed target without any suspense. I knew I was not a master of body sketching. Facing the demon lord's avatar that was blown away by the bombardment, the young blue dragon remembered the teachings. It is better to be courageous than courageous to pursue a desperate enemy. Don't learn from an overlord for the sake of fame. 3 steps into, Quest quickly caught up to him. At the same time, he dispelled the spell's mimicry effect while running. The young blue dragon, who was no less than an adult megalosaurus, rose from the ground and leaped into the sky. The shadow of the dragon's wings covered the army of demons. The gaps of its indigo scales reflected the light of the underground volcano and flashed with golden light. Its eyes were like molten gold as it locked onto the target that had just been blown away by the railgun. Its 2 hearts stirred with surging power at the same time. Chapter 85. With the previous experience, the young blue dragon's double breath was quickly formed. The blazing dragon flames and the cone-shaped, weakening gas hit Hemtar at the same time, who had just been hit by the railgun. The mithril silk robe on his body, which had been reduced to rags, was completely reduced to ashes. Keyes, who had transplanted the golden dragon's heart, seemed to have inherited the megalosaurus's talent of luck, coupled with the follow-up effect of the paladin's word of creation. The demon lord's avatar could not withstand the test of the weakening breath. His weakened body did not have any effective defensive means before it was directly hit by the dragon flame. By the time it landed on the ground, it was already charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Kill that megalosaurus. The cataclysmic worms on the ground burst into a loud cry, which was rare for them. When they saw the tragic scene of the dragon avatar being ambushed, they were all furious. Not only did they launch the attack themselves, but they also ordered the rest of the Thanari army to join in the crusade against Keys. The young blue dragon, soaring in the sky, was naturally not afraid of the enemy's counterattack. In the face of a large number of demons, he did not have time to think, nor was he willing to passively defend. After a slight adjustment, Quest used his specialty of using offense as a form of defense. Magnetic release, Keys's mass railgun. The silver-containing, armor-piercing electromagnetic cannonballs tore through the slightly green air of the acid fog canyon with amazing kinetic energy, hitting those who dared to offend the dignity of the Megalosaurus head-on. Few demons could ignore such a fierce physical attack. Most of them fell to the ground with serious injuries after taking just one hit from the young blue dragon's railgun. A few unlucky ones were hit in the head and other vital parts and died directly. With just this one hit, a huge vacuum appeared in the vanguard of the demon army. Just as Keys was about to follow up with another attack, he suddenly had an epiphany. The young blue dragon flapped his wings and quickly rose to the skies above the mercenary fortress in Bartho. The mouth of a giant beast broke out of the cracked soil of the acid fog canyon and bit down. The jagged fangs of the giant mouth were even slightly higher than where Keys had been hovering. The heavily injured incarnation of the demon lord no longer fantasized about his exaggerated dream. He brazenly awakened the half-asleep tyrant worm. The repeated humiliation from the mortals had infuriated him. After awakening his body, Hemtar, who was already physically and mentally exhausted, seemed to have been plugged into a power bank to prolong his life. The muscles all over his body swelled up like a balloon, and the original wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of the powerful vitality. The tyrant worm's kiss, which was supposed to bloom in the center of Bartho, appeared in advance outside the fortress defense line. It had to be said that the demon lord's mouth was really extraordinary. It had the same effect of clearing out the battlefield as Keys's railgun, or even better. Everything within a few hundred meters, whether it was the vanguard of the demon army or the defenders of Bartho, was suddenly stuffed into the monster's giant mouth full of fangs. In fact, for a creature like the tyrant worm that was even more astonishing than the titans, it was difficult to rely solely on physical strength to support its overly large body. It could only move freely with the help of magical energy. Megalosaurus, as an excellent magical creature, were naturally very sensitive to magical energy fluctuations. It was because of this that the young blue dragon was able to sense the magical energy fluctuations that the tyrant worm released when it was ready to attack, and thus escaped the disaster. Young Megalosaurus. After the tyrant worm was awakened, Hemtar, who was originally an independent personality, would be greatly affected. At this time, he would often indulge in his primal instinct to devour everything. It's crunchy. It must be delicious. As the tyrant worm's tongue stuck out from the gap between its fangs and licked its mouth greedily, the dragon's body that grew on the tip of the tongue quickly spiraled up in the air. Hemtar's clothes had long turned into ashes and were blown away by the wind. At this time, the true appearance of the demon lord, who was originally hidden under the hooded mithril silk robe, could be clearly seen. This guy's body was covered with thick green acidic saliva secreted by the tyrant worm's tongue. Only the limbs that were not covered by the saliva exposed the scales on the surface of the Megalosaurus. His head was somewhat similar to that of a kobold, but much larger. At this time, because of the influence of the tyrant worm's consciousness, Hemtar's originally pale and lifeless eyes revealed a terrifying crimson light. Super electromagnetic gun. Bigby crushing palm. One after another, Keys and Hemtar used their best attacks one after another. the electromagnetic accelerator cannonball, and the force field giant palm collided heavily. It was like a silver bottle breaking, but a violent scene appeared above Bator Fortress. Large pieces of cannonball, like bursting water, splashed everywhere. And the one that broke the silver bottle was the force field giant palm that rose from the bottom. After all, it was different with the power bank. Even at this time, Hemtar still could not get rid of the influence of the word of creation that followed him like a shadow. But with the power transferred from his body, he could actually cast a top level 9 evocation spell with a wave of his hand. That's right, compared to the Bigby's capture palm and Bigby's Vajra fist that he had used before, this Bigby's crushing palm was the true trump card of this series of force field spells. Its might was naturally incomparable, even if he could not use supreme magic skills such as spell maximization due to the control obstacle. Hemtar's spells still successfully went through Keys's super electromagnetic gun head-on. The force field giant palm that shattered the cannonball continued to attack the young blue dragon hovering in the sky. The demon lord was so terrifying. If he had kept a low profile for hundreds of years like those mutant dragons whose names shook the world, Keys might have allowed this spell to hit him. But our protagonist was now just a young blue dragon. He was still a child. Even if he was about the same size as an adult megalosaurus, he did not have the slightest dangerous thought of testing the law. Moscow doesn't believe in tears, and the bottomless abyss doesn't care about age. Keys muttered helplessly, but he still quickly cast a high-level teleportation spell to teleport himself to a safe place to avoid the attack of the force field giant palm. Then, he continued to think of ways to deal with Hemtar. The young blue dragon did not have the intention to fight with the demon lord's incarnation. He was just waiting for a signal. But Hemtar, who was fighting with him, had turned into a dogskin plaster under the subconscious effect of the tyrant worm's dragon-eating habit. Fortunately, although the spells used were extremely dangerous, most of them did not cause great damage to Keys's dragon body. The tyrant worm had a preference for devouring a complete megalosaurus. Except for the Bigby's crushing palm at the beginning, he rarely used powerful evocation spells. Instead, he used a lot of enchantment spells that leaned towards control. Under the influence of the word of creation, this kind of spell, which tested the ability to control spells, was greatly reduced in power in his hands. So Keys was able to slowly deal with him and try to drag the battle into garbage time. Although the tyrant worm's shocking bite had swallowed a lot of the demon army's vanguard troops, it had indeed pulled the battle into a straight line and opened a gap in the stalemate. A large number of Tana Reed demons had successfully broken through this gap, and some of the most vigorous and brave demons had even reached the outer walls of Bator Fortress. On the other hand, although the otherworldly mercenaries in Bator Fortress had activated a large number of consumable facilities, including the cloud-burning spell, Pseudo, the endless stream of demons, under the encouragement and threat of the demon lord's arrival, had broken through these fortress-level defensive traps bit by bit despite the heavy casualties. Since the cannons in Bator Fortress had been firing at full capacity for more than an hourglass, the enhanced cannonballs that were filled with silver powder had been used up. Only a small number of silver-plated cannonballs and ordinary cannonballs were left to support the defenders. Although the barbed demons responsible for firing the cannons were not afraid of the high temperature emitted by the cannons from time to time, the cannons would explode due to the lack of cooling down, causing a lot of chaos. It was only under the strong suppression of the bone demon gendarmes in charge of supervising the battle that there were no more major mistakes. The giant ogre, narrow and mechanical golem number 21, who were originally responsible for guarding the gap in the fortress's defenses, had given up on defending this place after more gaps appeared in other places. They had come to the second layer of the defensive wall to receive and organize the retreating defenders to enter in an orderly manner and fill in the new positions in time. Damn it, This guy is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Is it done or not? The tyrant worm gradually lost its patience in front of a prey that had not been taken down for a long time. Hemtar, who was fighting Keys, gradually began to use powerful evocation spells to attack. And according to the young blue dragon's observation, the tyrant worm that was still sticking its head out was also getting restless, as if it wanted to personally take care of him. Chapter 86. As the signal had yet to appear, Keys was caught in a dilemma. He could only grit his teeth and decide to hold on for a while longer. I hope it'll be quick. If the demon lord really comes down personally, then the best strategy is to run. The young blue dragon thought to himself as he dodged Hemtar's offensive spells. Similar to the situation of its commander, the mercenary fortress of Bartho was also in a precarious situation under the onslaught of the demon army. The outermost defensive line of the fortress was about to be completely lost. The consumable defensive facilities like cloud burning, pseudo that were originally attached to it had all gone out of action. Those who were lucky enough to survive had already retreated to the back of the second wall to organize the defense. After more than 2 hourglasses of fierce battle, most of the mercenaries from the other planes were close to the limit of their physical strength. They no longer took the initiative to attack and defend against the enemy outside the fortress like before. Those who flinch will be executed. The giant ogre narrow waved his weapon and executed a soldier who had been scared out of his wits by the Thanner re-demons. Such executions were taking place in many places within the fortress. This was the most important job of the supervision team formed by the bone demons and barbed demons. At this time, only the Batsu devil soldiers could still maintain their fighting spirit against the Thanner re-demons due to their nature. The only situation that could be considered favorable was that other than the artillery positions that the barbed demons were in charge of, the long-range troops that had not participated in the battle earlier began to show their might. The spellcaster troops began to release a large number of lethal battlefield spells that had been prepared for a long time. The barbed demons equipped with hellish crossbows and the crossbowmen extracted from the mercenaries from the other planes also began to rain arrows on the Thanner re-demons. It was funny to say that the Thanner re-demons were like bulls attracted by a handful of fodder. Wave after wave, they poured into the huge slaughterhouse that was Bartho. But the mercenaries from the other planes were not as relaxed as us who were reading books. They still had the time to daydream. The mercenaries from the other planes, who had gradually stabilized after being suppressed, were now desperately sniping at the enemy in the face of the threat of the destruction of the fortress. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The raging waves formed by the demons of the bottomless abyss kept slamming into the mercenary fortress from Bartho. For a time, everyone was in danger, and our main character, Keys, was also slowly falling into a bitter struggle. Hemtar had completely given up on capturing the young Megalosaurus alive. All kinds of astonishing spells were thrown at the young blue dragon, hovering in the sky as if they were free. Not good. That fiend overlord is making a move. Keys, who didn't dare to recklessly face the enemy and could only rely on his mobility to engage in guerrilla warfare, suddenly felt an astonishing spell fluctuation. It was exactly the same feeling he felt before the giant beast broke out of the ground. Before he could react, a huge suction force locked onto the blue dragon's body that was still flying. The tyrant worm's huge mouth that was full of fangs aimed at the young blue dragon and sucked in a deep breath. When it rains, it pours. The fiend overlord's incarnation. Hemtar took advantage of the moment when Keys's body was unstable and successfully cast a dimensional anchor on the young blue dragon. Keys, who couldn't use greater teleportation, flapped his dragon wings with all his might. He knew that if he was pulled to a low altitude by the suction force, he would have to face the fiend overlord directly. If that happened, there would be no chance of survival. Under the stimulation of a life-and-death crisis, the young blue dragon gathered all the remaining energy in his body at a speed far faster than before. The triple megalosaurus breath, which contained the golden dragon's dragon flames weakening gas and even a powerful electromagnetic field to activate the super railgun, was shot at the tyrant worm's huge mouth with a narrow band of kinetic energy converted from potential energy. The recoil from this unprecedented breath counteracted the huge suction force that was pulling keys. The young blue dragon didn't even have time to care about the damage caused by the breath. He rushed in the direction of the mercenary fortress from Bartho. "You can't run." Hemtar roared loudly. As a high-grade spellcaster, the incarnation of the fiend overlord seemed to want to use this method to sweep away all the grievances that he had suffered before. However, the bold words that he had just said were like a glass cup that fell from the table and was smashed into pieces by a black hand that emerged from a dark corner. Snader, who had been hiding for a long time, controlled the terrifying armor that was used as a temporary body to launch a sneak attack on the dragon's sub-body. This former legendary lich, who was now a half-lich wizard, was naturally very familiar with the art of attacking from behind because he was born as a drow. Coupled with more than 300 years of diligent study on the dragon's sub-body and the maggot attached to it, no one knew better than him how to inflict more damage on this old enemy of his. Species-targeted strong immobilization, withering touch, Snader's worm specimen-making spell, wax amber seal, these were the sequences of spells that were preset in advance. Once the terrifying armor touched Hemtar, the dragon's sub-body that grew on the tip of the tyrant worm's tongue lost part of its vitality due to a large amount of dehydration in an instant. Then, with the help of the sealing spell that blocked the energy transmission from the fiend overlord, the damage was amplified. To be fair, even if Snader had not degenerated into a half-lich, he was no match for the incarnation of the fiend overlord in a one-on-one fight. At the very least, this sequence of spells that could cause great damage to the opponent had to be activated through contact, which he could not do by himself. It was just that Keys had successfully attracted the attention of the fiend overlord, which gave him the opportunity to strike. After the successful strike, the half-lich did not linger. He waved his hand that was slightly corroded by the acidic saliva of the tyrant worm on Hemtar's body, and immediately activated advanced teleportation to leave this troublesome place. Unlike Snade's graceful departure, the tyrant worm felt as if it had accidentally bitten its tongue while speaking. However, the pain was much more intense and drove the tyrant worm into a frenzy. Had it not been for the exhaustion of preparing for the apotheosis and the discomfort of traveling through the soil of Avernus, the tyrant worm would have completely awakened and destroyed everything in front of it. When the time comes, the power of heaven and earth works together. When the time comes, the hero is not free. Just as the behemoth was channeling more power to its dragon sub-body to heal its wounds, a sacred radiance burst out from its body in an instant. A fist that carried the power of kindness and vanquishing evil forcefully broke through the tyrant worm's skin that was tougher than steel, and a mortal figure leaped out of the demon lord's body. The continuous pain made the tyrant worm involuntarily stop trying to save its incarnation. It did not even have time to chase after the ant that had hurt it. The power of Chongshan Xia not only opened a channel in its body, but also turned into an extremely stubborn toxin that constantly offset the large amount of energy released by the fiend overlord to heal itself. As a result, more of the creatures that had been swallowed but had not been digested escaped through the escape channel. The one who performed the surgery on the tyrant worm was none other than Jason, who had suddenly broken out of the soil and swallowed it. Chapter 87. Surrounded by the endless darkness and the feeling of falling, Jensen was swallowed by the tyrant worm. Only the terrified screams of the fortress guards and the Thanner, demons could penetrate the void and reach Jensen's ears. But this calming sound did not last long. It only took a moment for all the devoured creatures to be caught by the tentacles on the tyrant worm's cavity. They did not fall directly into the monster's stomach and be baptized by the acid as expected. The tyrant worm's size determined that it did not have a digestive system like a normal creature. Its inner cavity was densely packed with trapping arms that could disassemble and divide the food into different cavities to slowly absorb nutrients. At the same time, the cavities had spatial characteristics that could often contain food several times its volume. This was the tyrant worm's highly efficient digestion mode after drinking its special drink. But it was precisely because of this that Jensen had the chance to escape. Being tightly wrapped in the tyrant worm's digestive cavity, he was immune to diseases and toxins due to the God's blessing status. He was not affected by the digestive fluid secreted with anesthetic. Still conscious, Jensen used his holy power to resist the corrosion of the tyrant worm's digestive fluid, while silently gathering all the power in his body. Hard work paid off. After reminding himself for the 999th time to persevere, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity finally came. Due to the deep breath he used on Quith and the subsequent transfer of power to Hemtar to speed up the recovery of the dragon's subbody, the continuous consumption had slightly affected the tyrant worm's digestion process. 10 times Fist of Heaven. Jensen's iron fist, which gathered all the strength in his body and the rich power of the tyrant worm, hit the inner wall of the tyrant worm's digestive cavity one after another. From the inside to the outside, the paladin used his fist to open a path in the tyrant worm's body. This action not only allowed him to escape, but also allowed some creatures that had not been digested to escape. A bunch of fireworks rose from the Bartholomew fortress. This was the signal that the fortress commander Keyes had been waiting for, the signal to retreat. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Gather at the center of the stronghold. Na Lu, Mechanical Man number 21, and the Batsu military police, who had also received Keyes' advice, began a new evacuation. The spellcasters quickly cast their spells according to the method taught by Snade. Activate Construct Life. Lava, Greater Phantom Slayer, Greater Illusion, a series of spells mainly of the transmutation and illusion type were cast by the spellcasters through a combination of spells that were of a higher level. The purpose of these spells was to delay the demon army for a moment so that the defenders of the stronghold would have enough time to retreat. Inside the Bartholomew Mercenary Fortress, in the wartime medical camp below the battle command room, an underground passage that was guarded by the elite bone devils sent by Blue the Ogre Gourmet had been opened. Under the organization of the Devils of Bartholomew, the defenders of the fortress, who had survived hundreds of battles, quickly retreated into the passage. It turned out that Keyes had already predicted that the Bartholomew fortress would fall under the siege of the demon army after being airdropped into the acid fog canyon. His original plan was to follow the great leader's guiding principle of, if the bottom is lost, everyone will lose. If the bottom is lost, everyone will be lost. If the bottom is lost, everyone will be lost. If the bottom is lost, everyone will be lost. However, with the addition of the Demolic, Snade, he had a more reliable solution. He was secretly plotting against the demon army. The half-golems who were in charge of the security of the goblin noble Riknaz were all involved in the excavation work. In addition, the Blue Dragon was an expert in earthwork. Under the guidance of Keyes, an underground passage leading to Snade's laboratory was completed in a few days. At the same time, the construction of the Hellgate Fortress was nearing completion in the Demolica's lair. The cheap demons, bloat demons, that had been airdropped into the fortress as magic materials had all been used up. The Demolic had personally set up a spell concealment array that effectively prevented anyone from investigating the fortress. Even the acid fogworms that were spread all over the plain were unable to do so. As the defenders of the fortress retreated, the demon army gradually resolved the interference set up by the spellcasters. Outside the fortress, the tyrant worm had finally used its filthy abyssal power to destroy the power left behind by the holy samurai. This demon lord, who had been injured both physically and mentally, rammed into the walls of the Bartholomew fortress with all its remaining strength. A single blow had caused an effect that even Helmuter's meteor blast had not been able to achieve. Most of the outermost walls of the fortress had collapsed, leaving only a few remnants. This demon lord was beyond furious. The dragon's secondary body had been revived with a large amount of magic energy from the main body. Due to the shared memories of the main body, he was now gnashing his teeth in anger at the holy samurai that he had a grudge with. Helmuter, who had risen into the air, looked around, trying his best to find the figure of this ant that had repeatedly brought him heavy injuries. Even if he skinned him, pulled out his tendons, and ground his bones to dust, it would not be enough to dispel the resentment in his heart. When he saw Johnson's figure enter the innermost defensive walls of the Bartholomew fortress, the demon lord's avatar immediately instigated the tyrant worm to once again launch an unstoppable attack. However, perhaps this demon lord did not look at the almanac before leaving today. When he rushed to the center of the Bartholomew fortress, the holy samurai had already jumped into the underground cave of the wartime medical camp. Just as Helmuter was about to urge the tyrant worm to burrow into the ground and launch a pursuit, a throwing object pierced through the air and struck the dragon's secondary body. Once bitten, twice shy, Helmuter had suffered a great loss several times in a day because he had underestimated his opponent. This time, it could be said that he was more careful. He did not wait for the throwing object to get close to him. He first cast a spell to firmly control it, then followed up with a disintegrate spell. With his excellent eyesight, he could vaguely see that the throwing object seemed to be in the shape of a pancake. There was something like a needle on one of the pancakes that spun counterclockwise. It was a simple timer. More accurately, it was some sort of timer trigger. The goblin engineers had helped Paru design the per-potion diffusion equipment and created a large number of these timer triggers. The combination of the two allowed the potions that the witch doctor concocted to take effect at a certain point in time. The reason Keyes had to grit his teeth and wait for the signal that indicated that the per-potion diffusion equipment with this timer had been installed and tested, no matter how hard he fought. In the command room of the Bartholomew fortress, after confirming that the 3 ogre brothers and the 2 goblin golems had successfully teleported through the portal, the young human blue dragon heard 2 violent collisions. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw the tyrant worm that had broken into the core of the fortress. Without thinking, Quess used the prototype of the timer that he wanted to keep as a collection as a hidden weapon and threw it at the demon lord, who was acting violently. Then, he passed through the portal without looking back. The guiding ingredients that Paru had used to concoct this batch of potions came from the remains of Tana that could be collected. The ogre voodoo doctor had divided the extract of the Baler's demon lymph into several portions to produce better results. In the end, they were all added to the potion pools of over 20 evaporation equipment. Chapter 88. As the old saying goes, though the process is complicated, one must not neglect labor. Though the taste is expensive, one must not neglect material resources. It was the same for potions and poisons. The gift that the ogre witch doctor and the goblin engineer had prepared for the demon army that had invaded Fort Bator was indeed extraordinary. The green fog produced by the purling potion instantly shrouded the entire fort. Except for the tyrant worm, all the Tana demons that inhaled even a little of this fog were immediately affected. These guys more or less began the process of passive evolution. The higher-level demons were slightly better. Some of them had some abnormalities after a small part of their body failed to evolve. But the Tana re-demons like the Dretches were miserable after their passive evolution failed. Most of them would die due to the loss of too much life force. In just a dozen breaths, almost half of the demon army had died. The number of casualties was even more than the total number of casualties caused by all the mercenaries from the other planes. The tyrant worm was a demon lord, and naturally was not affected by the passive evolution induced by external factors. However, the sudden change in the army under its command still caused it to expend a large amount of spell energy to add advanced poison protection to its body. As the spellcaster of the demon lord, its dragon subbody was also benefited from this. Helmful was in great confusion for a moment. As the main body of the tyrant worm, it might not pay attention to some common sense. But he was the incarnation of a demon lord created by the best spellcasters in the multiverse. Although he was not very knowledgeable, he still remembered the common sense that most Tana re-demons are immune to poison. Could it be that a poison that could cause mass destruction to the Tana re-demons had been developed? But if there was such a product, why didn't the demons of Batsu use it on the main battlefield, like the Grey Field? Why did they leak the information about this weapon in such a small battle? And it seemed that not all the Tana re-demons were negatively affected. Under Helmful's careful observation, he found that a large number of parasitic acid mist worms in the bodies of the Tana re-demons were not affected by the green poisonous fog. Instead, these worms became lively and lively. Some of the worms that had inhaled more of the green fog even devoured their hosts in a flash, completing the evolution of the scourge swarm that would have taken a longer time to achieve. Fortunately, there are still some gains this time. Helmful comforted himself as he watched the new calamity bugs break out of their cocoons, one after another. His anxious mood relaxed a little. However, this batch of calamity bugs was generally very weak, and only a few had reached the middle-rank demon level. Looking at the dispirited demons in the demon army, the dragon subbody was considering whether to let the newborn calamity bugs roam free and use them as nourishment. At this moment, Keys, who had just walked out of a portal in a large underground graveyard in the depths of the fungus forest, received a small metal box from the goblin engineer, Ricknaz. This device made of brass had a square shape, and its surface was slightly rough without any treatment. A line of neat, small goblin words was engraved on the back of the device, Spanner Family Company honorary product. The young blue dragon lifted the lid of the small brass box and pressed the button inside, without thinking. Why is there no reaction? After listening for a moment, Kith asked the goblin Ricknaz, who was standing beside him calmly, in confusion. The great engineer replied with a smile, "Let the waves fly for a while longer." Before he even finished speaking, a massive explosion and violent tremors arrived at almost the same time. Art is an explosion. This was a phrase that originated from a certain bomb, Maniac. The previous commander of the Bator Fortress had also said, however, Keys had elaborated, the ultimate art is the ultimate explosion. Back in Avernus, when they were attacked by the demon vanguard, the barbed demon commander had only detonated the explosive stored in one of the defensive walls to annihilate almost all of the invaders. The young blue dragon was doing the same. However, he had filled every conceivable place in Bator Fortress with explosives, with the double concealment of spells and the bone demon army. Not a single defender of the fortress knew about it. His behavior could be described as deranged, but the effect could be described as shocking. As for the demons in the massive barrel of gunpowder that was the Bator Fortress, who had the time to care about their feelings? The massive explosion had not only flattened all the buildings in the fortress, but it had even blown the tyrant worm's body out of the ground. This massive beast of unknown tonnage was thrown into the air before falling heavily to the ground. The Bator fortress had been reduced to a deep crater. The harvest that Helmut Tar had been so excited about, the newborn calamity worms, had been reduced to nothingness in the violent explosion, just like the rest of the Thanner re-demons. Not even a single strand of hair was left behind. If this demon lord had only suffered some minor injuries before, then it could definitely be said to be heavily injured now. The dragon's subbody was now a bloody mess. The giant worm's body was riddled with wounds of various sizes from the shock waves of the explosion. Its fury was indescribable, but the tyrant worm, which had just recovered from its dizziness, was startled by the violent spell fluctuations coming from afar before it could do anything. At that moment, it had no time to treat its injuries and burrowed into the ground of the acid fog canyon. The Hell Gate that had been prepared for a long time in Lich Snade's magic research laboratory finally took shape. Thanks to sufficient preparation time and construction materials, the stone portico that was soaked in the flesh of the lowlifes was built to be extremely grand. The Hell Gate was more than 100 feet tall and was tightly attached to the top of the tomb. The giant door, which was enshrouded in a light blue magical radiance, was large enough to allow a dozen giants to pass through side by side. After the successful communication with the Avernus plane, a light blue, mirror-like magical passage formed in the middle of the Hell Gate. A dragon head that looked like a giant skull poked out of the passage. It was an elderly black dragon, being cautious by nature. It first cast a variety of magical defenses on itself, then continued to use its eyes that were enchanted with true sight to observe the people standing around it. Only then did it slowly move the rest of its body out of the Hell Gate. Suddenly, as if it was pushed by a huge force, the elderly black dragon stumbled and fell out of the portal's range. Dilly-dallying fellow, the young blue dragon who was standing not far away in his human form understood the dragon's reprimand. He saw a red dragon that was much larger than the previous black dragon striding out of the Hell Gate with its head held high. The other dragon that had been scolded by it earlier did not want to, dare not, argue with the red dragon. In a fit of anger, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, breaking through the top of the tomb and rushing into the sky of the acid fog canyon. The elderly red dragon recognized Kiza's identity as a megalosaurus and said uneasily, "The coward has suddenly become a brainless idiot. Don't you think so, little one?" However, he did not wait for the young blue dragon's reply. Like the other dragon that had been scolded as an idiot, he also flew out of the top of the tomb. 1, 2, 3. All kinds of colorful megalosaurus walked out of the Hell Gate, one after another. Driven by the Dragon Queen's will of conquest, they began the prelude of the plane Conquest. Mechanical Golem Number 21 used his finger to poke the terrifying armor standing beside him and said to the half-lich Snade who was hiding in it, "There's a big hole in the roof of your house." "Shut up. Repair the roof, professional waterproof for 30 years. What's the price?" "It's free. Just a recommendation vote. Subscription." Chapter 89. As far as I know, there have been many examples of powerful mages summoning Megalosaurus to fight for them. Many of them are legendary champions like Kelvin Blackstaff, whose name has shaken the multiverse. According to the records of the Goblin Empire, these mages generally use a spell known as Dragon Oath. Some of the more outstanding ones can use Greater Dragon Oath. The number of Megalosaurus that respond to a summoning is often limited by the difficulty of the mission and the rewards offered by the caster. At most, it is difficult for the number to exceed single digits. But even so, these top-level curse-type spells were all crowned with the name of nation-destroying magic. Then, what is the name of the dragons that I saw in the acid fog canyon plain, covering the sky and covering the sun? Report of the Bloody Battle of Reichenaz, Arbus Volume 25. Following the operation of Hellgate Fortress, more than 200 megalosaurus of the Penishade arrived in the acid fog canyon of the bottomless abyss. 3/4 of them were the backbone of the species in their prime, while the rest were older and more powerful dragons and a few extremely old ones. A pair of fraternal twin ancient red dragon brothers were the current leaders of the dragons. They each led half of the megalosaurus to other places to reinforce the Bator expeditionary force that had yet to open Hellgate Fortress. Apart from that, there were also a large number of abyssal dragon demons and other bats of devils that followed closely behind the dragons. They had successfully arrived through the portal. Ever since Keyes had finished communicating with Avernus and Hellgate Fortress, the other side had completely taken over the task of supplying magic. Hellgate Fortress was like a water pipe that had been turned on. The military forces of the 9 prisons of Bator were continuously channeled to the acid fog canyon. The well-trained legion of devils immediately took over the defense of Hellgate Fortress. Large numbers of lowly demons were dismembered by these cruel and efficient executioners, turning into flesh and blood sacrifices to fight against the chaotic laws of the bottomless abyss. The demons and imps summoned by the Batsu summon ability were all whipped by the senior-ranked demons to build new defensive fortresses from scratch. As the first commander of the expeditionary force to open Hell's Gate Fortress, and with his identity as a megalosaurus, the evil dragon council, and that strangely long and difficult to remember name of the devil bureaucracy immediately issued a notice of commendation to Keyes. In fact, the young blue dragon had even obtained the special privilege of retreating from the bloody battlefield in advance and returning to his original world to recuperate through the Bateau wartime recuperation regulations and the elite Pentashade dragon seedling cultivation plan. He's really better at writing than some web novel authors. Keyes couldn't help but secretly complain as he held the letter of commendation that was nearly 10,000 words long. However, he still had a grateful expression on his face as he spoke respectfully to the emissaries in front of him. "Thank you for gracing me with your presence, sirs. Please forgive me if I'm lacking in hospitality." Unlike the rewards given after killing the Bela, there were 2 emissaries this time. They represented the evil Dragon Council and the Strategic Attack and Logistics Bureau of Bateau's first layer of territory. One of them was someone Keyes was familiar with, the Chinibu Red Dragon Kryphia. The other was a pit fiend that represented the strongest fighting force of the Batsu race. Unlike the great devil who had been pretending to be cold and silent, this 3rd-generation god was surprised to see Keyes again so soon. She circled around Keyes 3 times in his human form before speaking. "You're quite capable, dragon. You actually managed to survive the attack of the tyrant worm. Although the strength of those dactyls isn't worth mentioning, there's still a demon lord. I was just lucky. It's all thanks to your care and the guidance of the great Will of the Dragon Queen. Modesty was the traditional virtue of the Chinese. Besides, what if he said something wrong and the Red Dragon insisted on having a competition? What should he do?" Keyes did not have the habit of, "I'd rather die if I didn't cause trouble." Right now, he only wanted to quietly receive the rewards that he deserved, and then bring his friends back from this bloody battlefield to his familiar dragon nest to develop wretchedly. He felt more and more that ever since he got involved in the Blood War, he had been getting closer to a certain death student. Wherever he went, things would happen. The old dragon Sirota had found someone to help him get into a safe and remote camp, but he'd met 2 Balers in Avernus. It hadn't been easy for them to gang up and kill the 2 Balers, but the higher-ups had arranged for them to be airdropped. Just now, He'd relied on spending money in the acid fog canyon to get rid of 2 batches of airdrops, which had directly provoked a demon lord. If he didn't retreat quickly, what kind of enemy would appear in front of him next? A demon prince or an evil god of the abyss? No matter what it was an existence Keyes couldn't afford to offend. Even if his strength and size far exceeded his peers, he was still a child. Former commander of the expeditionary forces, the first layer of Bator. Strategy, logistics. Anyway, it's the authorities. In order to commend your achievements, I've decided to reward you with a silver-bladed weapon bestowed upon you by the current queen of Githyanki. The pit fiend, who had always been cold and callous, had the heavy responsibility of being the temporary commander of Batsu's army. When he saw that Krifia was about to say something, he took the initiative to speak first. He then took out a small sword case made of bronze from his spatial equipment, passing it to Keyes before continuing. All you have to do is imprint your secret imprint on the formation of this sword case, and it'll open safely. After finishing his explanation, the pit fiend didn't wait for the young blue dragon to express his gratitude before using a high-grade teleportation spell to leave. The Githyanki were a type of Githyanki. They were different from their close relatives, the Githzalai. Almost all Githyanki were fighters through and through. After overthrowing the spirit-sucking empire together, the two went their separate ways and developed a culture of mutual contempt. In the great revenge of overthrowing the spirit-sucking empire, the Githyanki queen paid an unknown price to reach an agreement with the evil dragon goddess Tiamat. The dragon queen sent one of her vassals and consorts, the red dragon Ephilamen, to the astral plane to assist in the war. Since then, the Githyanki had formed an alliance with the red dragon and had a tradition of plundering the astral plane together. As for the silver-bladed weapon, it was a special weapon the Githyanki had created to fight against their spirit-sucking masters. This weapon could guide the user's will and origin force, causing both physical and mental damage. Only the Githyanki who had gone through the necessary special training had the ability to maintain the sharpness of the silver-bladed weapon with their will. Only then would they be crowned as Githyanki knights. In the eyes of every Githyanki, every silver-bladed weapon was a symbol of their race's glory, a priceless work of art. The Githyanki knights would drive starships or magic ships to capture and destroy any non-Githyanki who dared to carry or use a silver-bladed weapon, unless the silver-bladed weapon was given as a gift by the previous Githyanki empress or the current undead Queen Virakis. Don't worry, I have a silver-bladed weapon like this too. My father gave me one when I was young, and it's the same as yours. It was given by the previous Githyanki empress herself. Although there aren't many of them, there are still plenty of silver-bladed weapons in Bator. The red dragon, Krifia, kindly reminded when she saw Keyes holding the silver-bladed sword box, like he had never seen the world. He didn't know whether to open it or not. Note 1. Githyanki means followers of Githyanki in its own language. Under the guidance of Githyanki, the Githyanki not only overthrew the tyranny of spirit-sucking masters and concluded an alliance with the Red Dragon race, but they also established a militarized social form and introduced the caste system. After the death of Githyanki, her undead advisor, Vlakith, replaced her position. In order to distinguish her from the title Githyanki Empress, she will be called the Undead Queen, Lich Queen. Chapter 90. Batsu and the others are really stingy. Even the old dragons of the Evil Dragon Council are more generous than them. Krifia glanced in the direction where the pit fiend had left and said nonchalantly, "The Evil Dragon Council has 2 rewards this time. The first is a drop of divine blood from the Great Dragon Empress. As long as you assimilate it into your body, you'll be able to surpass the shackles of your age and race and become closer to the ancient Pentashade, Megalosaurus. The second is more dependent on luck. I brought a scale from an ancient dragon that has been confirmed dead. The old fellows of the Evil Dragon Council have already checked it many times, and there's no trace of its consciousness. If you carry it with you for a long time, there's a small chance that you'll gain some abilities belonging to the Megalosaurus. I personally suggest, I'll take both, Keyes blurted out. Only children could choose. Of course, an adult would want both. Besides, the young blue dragon was still intelligent. He knew that the two items Cryphia had brought were not just rewards, but also a test. There had been more than one Penishade Megalosaurus in the multiverse that dared to face the evil dragon god head-on. These unworthy descendants all had one thing in common. They were severely overweight from a very young age. Any Pentashade dragon that belonged to this different species would, without exception, refuse to convert to the Dragon Empress path of faith. The first reward, Tiamat's blood essence, was a test for Keyes. If he refused to choose the dragon god's blood essence, and only chose the second reward related to the Megalosaurus, then what awaited him would not be returning to his dragon lair to develop in glory. Instead, it would be all sorts of open and covert attacks aimed at killing him. However, one should not forget that Tiamat's divine domain also included the domain of conspiracy. It was hard not to guess that choosing the first reward was just a cover-up. Only by choosing both would a Pentashade Megalosaurus be in line with its greedy nature. Only then would he be able to pass this test. Oh, it's not impossible for you to take both. In view of your contributions, the old fellows of the Evil Dragon Council said that it's acceptable. Cryphia thought for a moment. Indeed, she had been told that if this young blue dragon chose both, it would be a consideration for his age. And she would agree. After sending off the Chinibu red dragon, Cryphia, once again, Keyes began to inspect his final gains from this bloody battle. At this time, he had once again transformed into his Megalosaurus form. The bruises and pains that were inevitably left from the previous battle could be healed faster in this form. After the Batsa Devil's regular army took over the defense of Hell's Gate Fortress, the mercenary army that originally belonged to Keyes was demoted to a reserve force. After communicating with the 9 prisons of Bader, the Devils no longer lacked cannon fodder. The main task of the foreign mercenaries was to serve as the young blue dragon's retinue. The cave that the young blue dragon was resting in was dug out by these people under the command of Ogre Brew. Keyes first took out the bronze sword case that contained the Githyanki silver blade. After verifying his unique secret mark, he opened the case and picked up the weapon to examine it. The silver blade could change as the user's psionic control improved. The silver blade in the scabbard looked like a standard weapon, but once it was pulled out in battle, this sharp sword would transform into a stream of silver liquid. In the hands of an outstanding Githyanki knight, this weapon could even transform into a giant sword in an instant. Its characteristic of being as light as a feather and as hard as adamantine would make any enemy who faced it fearful. However, although the young blue dragon had the gift of psionic power, most Megalosaurus were versatile, it was not good at controlling this kind of power that extended from its own will. The silver blade in its hand could only maintain the appearance of a small dishwasher. After thinking for a while, he did not have a good solution for the time being. He could only find an opportunity to learn some knowledge about psionic power before he could make a decision. Putting down the silver blade, Keyes picked up the dragon god's blood essence that was rewarded by the Evil Dragon Council. A drop of blood that contained a dark golden radiance was wrapped in a prismatic crystal. As long as the outer wall of the crystal was broken, this drop of blood essence would automatically be absorbed by the nearest Megalosaurus. In fact, when he received this big gift, he was prepared to put it aside. What if there was something like a mind demon seed in it? Moreover, the gift of the evil god might be worse than a mind demon seed. In the end, the young blue dragon simply put it and the silver blade in the sword box, and locked it aside for other uses. After thinking about it, he still chose the last reward, the dragon scale of the ancient power dragon. It had an immediate effect on the growth of his current strength. If the white dragon was the shame of the dragon species, then the three legendary dragon species, power dragon, rainbow dragon, and time dragon, were the envy of all Megalosaurus. What was a legendary dragon species? Ordinary Megalosaurus. Even if it was the red dragon of the Penachade dragons and the gold dragon of the metal dragons, only a small number of the best of them could become legendary after a few hundred years of continuous effort. However, Megalosaurus of the other three species would naturally possess strength that many Megalosaurus could not reach in their lifetime after being born. Among them, the time dragon with the most shocking talent was not only born immortal, but as long as it grew to the level of an ancient dragon, it would automatically possess the special ability of time deification. An intricate link was formed between the time dragon and the flow of time. It could almost move back and forth in the flow of time at will. This was something that most gods with great divine power could not do, although the power dragon was not as good as the time dragon, and it was almost impossible to find the remains of a dead time dragon. The value of this legendary Megalosaurus that had grown to the level of an ancient dragon was also immeasurable. The evil Dragon Council and the Dragon Queen were willing to reward Keys, but the biggest possibility was that they had found that this material could not be used after thousands of studies. In their hands, this scale was equivalent to a decoration of a piece of art. However, Keys was the main character of this novel after all. He was the young blue dragon who had the golden finger given by the author. The effect of the passive evolution ability of self-adaptation had already been revealed when he fused with the ancient golden dragon's heart. As the power dragon scale grew older, it would gradually change from the shimmering diamond appearance when it was young to a less dazzling transparent crystal appearance. Its ability to deflect light allowed the power dragon to always be under a strange effect similar to the haze spell and the greater invisibility spell. In addition, the power dragon naturally did not have any smell. Even if the opponent had the vision of truth, it would be difficult to locate this pure power creature. Keys swallowed this transparent crystal scale that was the size of a door into his mouth. At first, he wanted to chew on it, but he gave up the idea after just a light bite. Its hardness was really amazing. Even the young blue dragon's teeth that could crush metal or could not leave a mark on it. In desperation, Quest had no choice but to swallow it down. Fortunately, with his size, this scale would not be stuck in his esophagus. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. As soon as this scale was swallowed, the passive evolution ability of self-adaptation that he had obtained from the Amaska Ancient Civilization Laboratory before he hatched from his shell took effect. The power of the golden dragon and the blue dragon's bloodline in his body suddenly exploded after the third bloodline mixed in. Keys felt as if his internal organs had been turned upside down. Just like last time, the fusion this time was accompanied by intense pain. However, unlike last time, the pain this time was much more intense. As a natural force field creature, the power dragon itself existed in the form of a force field. Its body itself was a mass of condensed force field. When the young blue dragon began to adapt to this creature's ability, he could clearly feel the existence of the force that twisted every molecule and every atom in his body. First, it was his internal organs, then his limbs and bones. Finally, even the force field in his brain was clearly reflected in his consciousness. It felt as if every part of his body was crushed under a hydraulic press, and the part of his brain seemed to be taken care of. After clenching his teeth for a while, Keys could not hold on anymore and fainted. After he fell into a coma, the disorderly force field energy gushed out. The cave where he lived was the first to bear the brunt, and suddenly collapsed under the continuous force field bombardment. Beside the young blue dragon, the bronze sword box containing the silver blade and Tiamat's blood essence was also torn into pieces by the overflowing force field energy. After the crystal wrapped in the divine blood shattered, the blood droplets in it, under the guidance of the dragon gods, Will instinctively flew to Keyes, who was closest to it and was in the process of passive evolution, but who knew that it would be intercepted by the silver blade placed next to him. To be more precise, it should be captured by the crystal inlaid on the hilt of the silver blade. This thing was left behind by the spirit-sucking monster killed by the probationary knight in the trial of the Githyanki knight. Under the effect of the Githyanki psionic secret technique, the killed spirit-sucking monster would be condensed into a crystal similar to the spirit crystal servant and inlaid on the silver blade. This crystal could increase the spiritual appearance of the silver blade's wielder and reduce the psionic energy consumption when using the silver blade. However, what the crystalline object was doing right now was extremely bizarre, even in the multiverse where gods and demons were everywhere. The crystal left behind by the spirit-sucking monster transformed by the Githyanki knight in preparation using a secret technique could not still have self-consciousness. Without its controller, the silver blade, logically speaking, could not move on its own to capture the dragon god's blood essence. As the famous detective Sherlock Holmes said, the problem can only be solved through research. If you want to solve the problem by relying only on perception, you will fail in the end. However, Keyes lost consciousness due to the great pain caused by the passive evolution. At this time, the young blue dragon could not even perceive the strange changes caused by the crystal on the silver blade after absorbing the dragon god's blood essence, let alone study this phenomenon. As if there were no obstacles, the drop of Tiamat's blood essence soaked into the depths of the crystal inlaid on the hilt of the silver blade as soon as it came in contact with it. The brilliance with the breath of divinity burst out from the inside of the crystal, but it was deeply buried by the collapsed soil of the cave. Only a little light could be seen from the gaps in the soil. As for what changes had occurred inside, no one knew at this moment. Note 1. The time dragon breathes time, swallows time, it is time itself. If one wanted to kill this legendary megalosaurus that was as high as level 21 when it was a fledgling, the most likely situation was to encounter one or more murder targets from a certain time point in the future before this idea was executed. Note 2. The spirit crystal servant can be roughly understood as the psionicist version of the mage's construct pet. The crystal here refers to the deep crystal setting in the expansion manual. Chapter 91. The word tradition is endowed with a different color in the language of any living being. Even Strachan, an evil neighbor who believed in the path of chaos, would show a solemn and dignified power when he mentioned the word tradition. As a Gith, not a Githyanki, nor a Githzeli, what kind of tradition should I follow as a Gith? The history of the birth of my race is well known to the world. The slaves captured by the psionic tyrants and slave traders and brought into the astral world to live. After several generations of reproduction, they eventually evolved into Gith with psionic talent and more adapted to life in the astral world. The Gith Empress was a great hero who led her people to the road of freedom, and my race was named after her. But another hero who also shone in the resistance that symbolized the birth of the Gith people, Zephyr, did not agree with the development path that the Empress chose for my race. It was similar to the path practiced by the spirit-sucking monsters who enslaved the Gith people before. The words Githyanki and Githzeli were like a gap separating the original Gith people. Just because of the differences in their own future path, the natural bonds of family, friends, partners, and father and son were shattered. From the beginning of my birth as a Githyanki, I was instilled with the hatred of Githzeli, a close relative who lived in the Chaos Sea. But fortunately, with the help of the spirit-sucking monster, the Gith people could not replace this monster at the top of the list of Gith people's hatred. My coming-of-age ceremony was to hunt a spirit-sucking monster alone and advance to a Gith Yankee knight who was qualified to hold a silver blade. But it was also this operation that made me completely doubt the tradition of the Gith people. I, who had been training for more than 10 years for that hunt, should have easily inserted the weapon in my hand into the octopus-like face of the spirit-sucking monster without any delay. But who would have thought that my prey was not an ordinary spirit-sucking monster, but an arcanist with an extremely exquisite spell-casting ability? At that time, the hunting operation lacked a plan to deal with such a situation. As soon as I made my move, the situation was reversed, and I was almost unable to put up any effective resistance. At that time, as a reserve knight, I became a captive. Due to the racial talent of the Gith people, I didn't become a muddle-headed servant who could only listen to the orders of the master. This sobriety brought me even greater humiliation. My freedom was restricted by those strange monsters using magic, and I could only helplessly wait to become their snack or be forcefully transformed into a heartless slave. Those were the few times in my life when I was truly filled with fear. The one who rescued me from the abyss of fear was a monk named Zeth who was carrying out the mission of the church. He was Master Monk Giselai. He came from the monastery in the Chaos Sea and cleanly dealt with the enemy that I couldn't deal with. As a prisoner, I happened to witness the attack, and as a result, I began to doubt the traditional Githyanki education about the feebleness and cowardice of these close relatives. Later, when I recalled my thoughts at that time, I often felt ashamed. How superficial the value of external things to measure the superiority and inferiority of individuals and even races was. As an object, the heart is the slave of form. Only by seeing the heart and seeing the nature, and seeing the emptiness of the 5 skandhas, can one achieve self-sufficiency inside and outside. This was the first lesson taught to me by the teacher who taught me the way of Zasamoan. He was the one who killed the spirit-sucking monster arcanist and freed me, who was imprisoned, from Zeth. My ability to accept new things had always made me quite proud. It was the same during the days when I followed my teacher in the Chaos Sea to learn to use the mind to control order. I could always accurately understand every word of the Githyanki psionic master's teachings. But this also made me feel more and more confused. Every time I used my psionic ability, I couldn't help but think of the traditional education I received in the training before I became a Githyanki knight. Holding the silver blade in my hand, this weapon didn't refuse me to use it. Feeling the psionic power in my heart, I also benefited a lot from the Githyanki's philosophy. This was not because of my talent. In fact, other than learning fast, I didn't even have any talent that I could show. Every time I thought of this, I became more and more convinced that the unity of the two in me was a microcosm. The Githyanki and the Githyanki were the same race. It was just that we both chose to accept our own narrow traditions, so there was a gap between us. When I told my teacher my point of view, he laughed heartily with relief. At that moment, he seemed to have become a naughty child. Later, I learned that he held the same point of view a long time ago. It was because of this that he taught me all his knowledge after saving me from the spirit-sucking monster arcanist. Even now, I still clearly remember the words my teacher said after he laughed unrestrainedly that day. If you are not alone, you will have neighbors. My path is not alone. Since thou knowest it, thou shalt practice it. It was also from that day onwards that my life was given a new meaning to sweep away the foolish traditions and let the Githyanki be united again. I bid farewell to my teacher from the monastery in the Chaos Sea and began to practice the path in my heart. During the days of wandering in the astral world, I began to try to persuade every Githyanki and Githyanki I met with words, to persuade them to believe in what I believed in, but the result was very little. With the silver blade in my hand, most of the Githyanki would respect me as the Knight of Githyanki. With the magical psionic power, most of the Githyanki would also respectfully call me Monk Scythe of a different race. But for the path I believed in, most of the time they would smile and treat it as nonsense, and a few grumpy ones would even sneer at me in my face. Of course, I would not be discouraged. My teacher's teaching once again played a role. The losers always changed their goals, but they insisted on one method. The winners always changed their methods, but they insisted on one goal. So I thought of a brand new method. If successful, I would be able to achieve my goal once and for all. Order and chaos are the basic rules of the multiverse, and everything is the embodiment of these two rules. The division of the Githyanki was the representation of chaos, and the path I believed in was a correction of order for chaos. As for how to use order to correct chaos, I had thought of challenging the current leader of the Githyanki, the undead Empress Varakis. But I gave up the idea the moment I boarded her starship. It was not out of cowardice. It was just that I suddenly thought that even if I killed the Empress, not to mention whether this action would arouse greater indignation of the Githyanki and cause more hatred of the Githyanki compatriots, even if I sat on her throne and could make all the Githyankis practice the path I believed in, how could the tradition of the Githyanki be broken? Order of the same level couldn't correct chaos of the same level. Only a higher level of order was possible. This epiphany made me put away the idea of using swords to persuade, and I began to look for a higher level of order. Fortunately, the creatures that survived in the astral world did not have to worry about aging and death, and I searched for nearly 1,000 years. Although the process was tortuous and complicated, in the end, I found what I wanted. There was often an extreme order and extreme chaos, and the higher level of order I was looking for was the same. It was hidden in the pure chaos of the multiverse, the Chaos Sea. A long time ago, the singularity of the dominator of the mechanical realm, Demonfall, who believed in the path of absolute order, created a boulder with a complex geometric shape and injected the power of order into it and threw it into the Chaos Sea. That existence believed that this boulder, which could absorb energy and grow on its own, could effectively contain and prevent the Chaos Sea from spreading the violent power of chaos to other planes. In this regard, he did succeed, and it was precisely because of the existence of the Singularity Stone that my Githyanki compatriots could reproduce in the Chaos Sea. But what the Singularity Dominator did not expect was that his creation had a huge side effect after absorbing a large amount of power of chaos. The extremely rich power of chaos on the surface of the Singularity Stone gave birth to a terrifying monster called the Strachan. This creature with a shocking reproduction method and an ugly appearance was not only a great enemy of the Githyanki, who also lived in the Chaos Sea, but also a serious obstacle in my path of finding a higher level of order. In their language, the Singularity Stone should be called the Spawning Stone. The Spawning Stone's magic waves would cause a gem the size of a human child's fist to grow in the brain of every primordial Strachan. This gem was called the Heart of the Strachan. Even if the Strachan was not born from the Spawning Stone, as long as it came into contact with the Spawning Stone, it would use this as an opportunity to form a new heart of the Strachan in its brain. Other creatures could summon the heart of the Strachan through magic and use this method to subdue the Strachan. A heart of the Strachan could control a Strachan. If someone controlled the Singularity Stone, even if it was just a small piece, it would probably have a serious impact on their race. Therefore, every creature that tried to get close to the Singularity Stone would be besieged by all the Strachan. Even someone as noble as a god would be treated like this, let alone someone like me who's just a Gith. However, as everyone who practiced the path of psionic energy knew, with the support of absolute conviction, the power of psionic energy would become invincible. When a person worked unswervingly for a goal, the whole world would make way for him. After killing countless Strakan, I finally succeeded in cutting a small piece of the Singularity Stone with a silver blade, and then Keyes had just recovered a trace of consciousness from the passive evolution when he was surprised to find that there was such a voice in his head telling him something. He, who was originally very frightened, wanted to concentrate on driving away this uninvited guest from his consciousness. However, after trying hundreds of times, the young blue dragon was like a ghost pressing down on the bed. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Later on, perhaps because he loved to listen to storytelling when he was a child in his previous life, he slowly immersed himself in the magnificent scene described by this voice. The experience of being tortured by, please listen to the next breakdown, made him involuntarily ask this question to the voice that could be called a Gith sage. The voice of the Gith sage paused for a moment before replying, "Look at me now. You naturally know that I failed. Although I found a higher level of order, I couldn't stimulate the ultimate order contained in the Singularity Stone fragment that was cut off. The psionic power that once allowed me to roam the astral world, kill all my enemies, and defeat all my heroes was unable to withstand it. In addition, in order to cut this fragment, I inevitably came into contact with the extremely rich chaotic power on the surface of the boulder. As a mortal, I quickly walked towards death, and in the end, I had to return to my hometown with shattered hopes and dreams to be buried by my clansmen. And just now, the Singularity Stone fragment on your silver blade happened to sense the blood essence from the dragon god, so it automatically absorbed it and unlocked some of the law seals, allowing your obsession to reappear." Keyes, who was aroused by curiosity, did not notice that he was turning into some Dayun girls who were used to chatting, and asked, "Maybe, but I don't know if there are still people who practice the path I believe in after I die." Keyes did not have an accurate answer to this question, and he did not want to tell the cruel guess in his heart to the Gith sage, who spent his life pursuing his ideals. "It doesn't matter. I already know the answer from your hesitation. It's just that I can already feel that the power of the Singularity Stone is declining. I want to ask you if you agree with my belief that there is only one kind of Gith." In the face of the last words of such a respectable person, Keyes naturally did not want to let him die with disappointment. So the young blue dragon replied in a deep voice in his consciousness, "Through your description and the knowledge I have, I am willing to believe this point of view you put forward. And if someone asks me this question in the future, I will use your words as an answer." After the young blue dragon answered this sentence, the silver blade inlaid with the Singularity Stone fragment on the outside of his body, which could not be seen at the moment, suddenly released a dazzling light. This sharp sword turned into a mercury-like rainbow, penetrating the barrier of gravel and soil that covered it, and went straight into Keyes' dragon body. The chaotic force field that dissipated on the surface of his body after he swallowed the primordial energy dragon scale and entered the passive evolution process was torn open by this brilliance cast by the purest belief. In Keyes' sea of consciousness, a large amount of knowledge about the use of psionic energy and the manipulation of silver weapons was instantly poured into him. The young blue dragon could feel that the huge and mixed mind that originally belonged to the Megalosaurus was gradually compressed and condensed as if it was being clenched by a firm and powerful giant hand. If one is not alone, one must have a neighbor. My path is not alone. This was the last sentence Keyes heard in his consciousness. Chapter 92. Quessa's adaptive passive evolution process had finally come to an end. Unlike the originally estimated time of a few days, or at most 10 days, the entire process lasted for nearly 2 years. During this period of time, the 3 ogre brothers immediately brought the mercenaries from the other plane to open up a tunnel in the collapsed cave. When they found the young blue dragon who was constantly surrounded by violence, it was definitely inappropriate to call the giant dragon in front of them that way. Ketha's body size had once again rebounded after he successfully lost weight by fusing with the ancient golden dragon's heart. Surprisingly, unlike other megalosaurus that grew in size due to age, Key's body did not show signs of muscle loss. He did not become skinny due to not eating for a long time. After 2 years of passive evolution, the young blue dragon became even more plump and muscular. After Keyes obtained the legacy of psionic powers branded in the silver blade, he would use his simple consciousness to guide the psionic energy and try to control the rampaging force field in his body. His method of operation was simple. Following the principle of Newton's third law, force is reciprocal. Keyes used the psionic energy to add a little force to the various unbalanced positions in his body every day. Over time, dripping water could penetrate a stone. As the chaotic force field in his body gradually stabilized, Quess absorbed and adapted to the characteristics of a pure force field creature like the power dragon. The power that he added to his body with psionic energy every day was perfectly converted into a part of him. Therefore, even though he did not eat or drink for almost 2 years, his body did not become weak. Instead, it entered a state of continuous strengthening. As Key's body size increased, Ogre Brew had no choice but to specially invite the goblin engineer Ricknaz to be the chief designer. He specially arranged for a large group of mercenaries from the other plane to open up a cave for the young blue dragon to live in. Fortunately, Keyes was now able to effectively control the chaotic force field overflowing from his body. As long as he didn't get too close to it, there wouldn't be any danger. The situation of directly causing the original cave to collapse like in the beginning had never happened again. Finally, the young blue dragon opened his eyes when the overflowing force field was completely contained within his body. At this time, Keyes' body had completely let go of itself. Like a doe, he had expanded to a size that even a blue dragon in his prime could not reach. The surface of the originally indigo scales was covered in a layer of hazy radiance, as if they were sprinkled with a layer of broken diamonds. The dark, golden veins between the scales seemed to be covered with a layer of varnish. Only when Keyes moved his body would it inadvertently reveal a ray of light. The power dragon was born with the ability to control force fields, which allowed it to have the most perfect physique among all the megalosaurus. The young blue dragon seemed to have inherited this trait. His originally well-built body was now even more muscular. At first glance, the powerful physical strength seemed to be on the verge of erupting at any time. The more peculiar change was Keyes' posture at this time. He didn't use any levitation spells, nor did he shake his wings. Just by using the force field naturally emitted from his body, the young blue dragon's heavy dragon body naturally floated above the ground, floating in the air. At this time, Keyes' eyelids were still attached with a layer of gray force field shield, but it didn't affect his keen vision at all. He stared at his right forelimb, and the silver blade that had been completely integrated into his body popped out from the sharp claws in an instant. Under the blessing of the psionic ability, the weapon transformed into a giant sword that swallowed and spat out silver light. However, with the young blue dragon's body at this time, the giant sword was just like a dagger to his dragon claws. Thanks to the teaching of the Gith sage in the silver blade, the skill of using the silver blade seemed to have become a kind of instinct for Keyes. Gently drawing across the ground, in the middle of the 5 dragon claw marks, the dagger plowed deeper into the soil without any sluggishness. The news of the young blue dragon's awakening had already been reported by the mercenaries stationed here to their ogre commander. Not long after, the 3 brothers Neru, Palu, and Buru, as well as the 2 goblin golems, hurried over. As Keyes had inherited most of the immemorial dragon's abilities, he was far more sensitive to force field ripples than ordinary people. He had long since discovered that every creature would produce different force field ripples due to their own reasons. This sense wasn't obtained through sight, but rather through a kind of intuition. This kind of sensory ability was hard to describe, but when he saw the three ogre brothers, Keyes acutely felt that Neru's body had grown a little. This wasn't something that could be done overnight. "Oh, how long have I been here?" the young blue dragon asked hesitantly. He checked his body and found that there wasn't much dust on it. What he didn't know was that due to the force field on the surface of his body, even dust would be blown away if it touched his skin. There was no problem with it at all. 735 days. My gourmet cooking guide has recorded 245 new adjustments to the recipe. Ogre Gourmet Blue patted the gourmet box that he carried with him. The Ogre's Gourmet Cooking Guide was inside. That's right. I've also performed 147 system upgrades, one every 5 days. The records are all saved in the data update log. Golem number 21 also used his finger to flick his head, not wanting to be outdone by his mathematical abilities. However, his good friend, the goblin engineer, knew that this guy's head didn't have any recording equipment installed. Instead, there were some parts in his body that he didn't understand that might have recording and storage functions. Of course, the goblin engineer wouldn't expose his good friend. After a series of force fields, Keyes returned to his human youth form. He ran out of the cave, leaving a trail of dust behind him. "Let's go. I hope the Bator recuperation rule hasn't expired yet." However, when he turned around, he found that everyone was just standing there, looking at him awkwardly. Clothes. Keyes read the word out from the mouth of the ogre shaman Palu. Golem number 21's eyes suddenly flashed. In the end, under the young blue dragon's coercion, and the price of a copy of the Nine-Sword catalog, Golem number 21 finally promised to format all the information in the database from a few minutes ago. Due to the smooth progress of the operation in the Acid Fog Canyon, the Pit Fiend commander in charge of the area temporarily didn't assign too many cannon fodder missions to the mercenaries from the other planes. As the young blue dragon's retainers, apart from taking turns to expand Keyes Cave, they basically spent almost 2 years resting. Most of them were villains from all corners of the multiverse, and they displayed great adaptability. In a corner of the Batsa Devil's camp, they'd forcibly built a small town out of nothing, apart from the brothels and gambling dens. The most popular place of entertainment in this spontaneously formed town was the True Fragrance Tavern, founded by Blue the Ogre. As a gourmet, the clever ogre had used some unique ingredients in the abyss to brew many different types of strong alcohol. To Blue, earning money wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that his craftsmanship was acknowledged by others, and that made him very happy. However, to the mercenaries from the other planes who lived on the edge of their blades, this tavern could always produce new warrior friends. It wasn't as simple as just enjoying the taste of their mouths. Try the new wine. Drink a cup of viper's blood. If you don't die from the poison within 30 breaths, you've passed. One is a Sarone, the other an ordinary human. Who do you think will win? Place your bets quickly. Place your bets quickly. However, not everyone had the same resistance to poison as the three ogre brothers. Although the wine brewed by Blue using abyss ingredients had been processed, Nalu and Paru were fine after tasting it. However, it was different for others. Some strong alcohol with poison wasn't something that everyone could taste. It was because of this that the True Fragrance Tavern had people who used tasting as a gimmick to gamble every day. The tavern's bartender was a bone devil. As a Batsa devil, he naturally didn't have any ill feelings towards evil. In fact, watching these mortals risk their lives to taste the poisoned wine for a few calamity coins had become his greatest source of entertainment. After all, because he couldn't fight on the battlefield, he had lost the opportunity to bully other low-level devils. Without such entertainment to supplement his mood, he would probably slowly go crazy. After the enthusiastic Batsa bartender handed over 2 cups of Viper's blood, he used his spell-like ability to specially add some crushed ice. Then, he calmly watched the mortal's death-seeking challenge. There were 2 people tasting the wine. One was a Sarone with the body of a deer head, and the other was an ordinary human wearing gray clothes. Most of the participants in this gamble placed their bets on the former. After all, the Saronians had survived several tastings in a row. This had already verified his boast that the Saronians had a special liking for poisonous plants. On the other hand, most of the regular customers of the tavern could recognize the ordinary human who participated in this gamble. For more than a year, he had been drinking here like a drunkard every day. Only when his wallet was empty would he go to the camp to pick up garbage to earn a meager income or directly exchange his pay for wine in the tavern. This was the first time he participated in the drinking gamble. It was probably because there was no garbage to pick up during this period of time, or because there were too many people in the tavern who exchanged their pay for work, so he had no choice but to participate in the drinking gamble. 2 cups of iced Viper's blood were drunk in 1 gulp by the 2 participants. Some busybodies started counting 1, 2, 3, but something unexpected happened. The defending champion didn't even last half the time before collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. The sloppy drunkard, on the other hand, just coughed a few times due to the ice in his throat and quietly waited until the time was up. A new powerful taster has been born. Let us cheer for him. After the noise, the organizer of the drinking gamble threw a small bag to the human who was still sitting in the same place. 10 calamity coins, count them. The man took the bag and carefully counted the coins after opening it. Chapter 93. Amidst the mocking gazes, the newly promoted tasting challenger counted the disaster coins in his hand. Contrary to what everyone expected, he did not immediately go to the bar to order a glass of wine. Instead, he took the money bag and went straight out of the True Fragrance wine shop. The treatment fee is here. Please count it. He came to the center of the town, which was developed from a wartime medical camp into a hospital-like place. He found the spellcaster responsible for casting healing spells for the wounded and handed over the disaster coins he exchanged with his life. The spellcaster doctor did not carefully count the money like he did before. He just shook the money bag with his hand and put it into his arms. Then, he calmly took out the materials needed for casting spells from the various cloth pockets he carried with him and cast the Remove Curse spell on a young wounded man. This ranger was affected by the laws of this layer of the abyss when he was patrolling, and his body was parasitized by the acid worm. You know very well that your friend was already unconscious when you sent him here. The money just now was only enough to pay for the surgery to remove a few of the worms. In order to cure the influence of the abyss, I just cast the Remove Curse on him. You still need to collect twice the amount of disaster coins. I will only carry out the next step of treatment after I receive the money. After saying these words, the spellcaster doctor no longer paid attention to the strong man in front of him. He did not look back and walked to the next patient who came to pay the fee. The person he was talking to looked at the young ranger who was lying on the couch. Then he bent his slightly numb hand. It was not that Viper's hemostasis did not affect him in the slightest. It was just that in order to save a life, he had no choice but to earn that money. He turned around and was ready to go to the True Fragrance wine shop to try his luck. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was blocked by a palm in his path. You are a paladin. Following the words of the person who blocked him, A powerful healing spell accurately hit the wounded ranger lying on the small bed in the corner of the room. After trying his best to open his eyes, Jensen recognized that it was the young man who had once fought side by side with him, the commander of Fort Bator transformed from a megalosaurus. That's right. The drunkard who had been wandering in the tavern for almost 2 years was Jason, the Saint Samurai who broke out of the tyrant Worm's body and showed his might in the final battle of the fortress. However, after unsealing the silent dictum and unleashing his powerful strength, he had indeed violated the creed of the God of justice and law. Ever since the great retreat from Fort Bator, Jensen had never heard the teachings of the God he worshipped in the depths of his heart. Due to the regret that he had yet to complete his revenge, coupled with the regret that he had chosen to escape rather than fight to the death in the end, his will continued to be depressed, and he could only rely on alcohol to numb himself. It wasn't until he met a young ranger who was lying on the ground, whom he had met a few times before, and who was called Barton's Boy by the boss of Broombrows, that the former Saint Samurai regained his spirit. In order to save his life, he had to raise the medical expenses for the young man to receive magic treatment in the non-wartime medical camp. In the past, he didn't have to do this. The holy power of the Saint Samurai could effectively suppress most evil curses, and he only needed to pass some of it to the ranger who was suffering from the parasitic curse of the acid mist worm. Jensen was well aware that his god refused to respond to him, and it was precisely because of this that he had been dispirited. In desperation, he had to go to the True Fragrance Tavern to participate in a trial drinking bet, betting his life for the young man's life-saving money. Seeing that the ranger was coughing slightly after being hit by the powerful healing spell and was beginning to regain consciousness and expelling the last remnants of the curse power in his body, Jensen showed a grateful look to the young blue dragon in front of him. "I'm no longer a Saint Samurai," he said, trying to bypass Keys, "and leave. Was there a Saint Samurai first, or was there a god first?" Keys didn't try to stop Jensen from leaving. Instead, he asked this question with his back facing him. Not long ago, while waiting for Buru to pack up his belongings and inventory of his business in the Acid Mist Canyon, Keys and his companions saw Jensen participating in the trial drinking bet through the mirror crystal used to monitor the internal business of the True Fragrance Tavern. The young blue dragon recognized the powerful paladin who had once fought side by side with him at a glance. However, the current decadent appearance of the paladin could not be overlapped with the heroic appearance of the paladin in Quest's memory. Driven by curiosity, he quietly followed Jensen as he walked out of the True Fragrance Tavern with a bag of money. That was why he stopped Jensen from leaving and helped him directly. Keys could easily see through people's hearts after receiving the legacy of the wise one of the Gith. He could easily feel the shackles in Jensen's heart, the regret that he couldn't complete his revenge, the regret that the gods had abandoned him. Even under such circumstances, Jensen was still willing to risk his life for someone who had little to do with him. Keys knew that if he were to suffer the same blow, he would never be able to do what Jensen did. Although the powerful warrior was now in a state of depression, he still had something that was ingrained in his blood and bones. Such things weren't unique in the entire multiverse, but they were still rare, and scarcity was one of the most important prerequisites for an item to be valuable. Out of the megalosaurus nature of collecting valuable items, the young blue dragon decided to help Jensen instead of letting the jade be covered in dust. Well, this wasn't a betrayal of the lawful evil faction. When it came to valuable items, the old dragon Sirota taught all the blue dragon descendants in the dragon lair to kill without fail. Keys mentally prepared himself. Because the young blue dragon's words contained a trace of the skill of the psionic ability, it easily stirred up the emotions of the former paladin. Jensen, who was striding out, suddenly turned around and glared at the young megalosaurus. Although he could no longer receive the god's pity, he still couldn't tolerate such blasphemous words. However, Keyes, who turned back to look at him, still said in a calm tone, "Obviously, the answer to this question isn't too hard to find. After all, it's not like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. The history of the paladin profession far exceeds that of most of the gods. In fact, many of them were paladins before they became gods." Although Jensen wanted to refute these words, after thinking about it, he realized that it was indeed an indisputable fact. Even in the training before becoming a paladin, the paladin seniors who taught him about faith had taken out books and pointed out similar words for him to memorize. If some of the words before made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize. I promise that what I'm about to say is just some of my understanding of the paladins. You shouldn't object to this. With the help of the psionic ability, Keyes extinguished Jensen's attempt to organize some objections. The young blue dragon continued to persuade Jensen with a more acceptable topic. "I saw the scene of you drinking the viper hemostasis. If you don't admit that you're still a paladin, then there's no way to explain the situation where you're fine after drinking the poisoned wine. You don't know, but in fact, when the bone demon bartender added ice to the 2 glasses of poisoned wine, he deliberately dripped some of the venom from his tail into the glasses. That's a highly toxic poison that ordinary paladins can't withstand, and you're only slightly paralyzed. Unless you have the direct bloodline of a powerful heavenly creature within 3 generations, there's only one possibility. The holy power that can give paladins a special constitution far beyond that of mortals hasn't abandoned you at all. This hidden power in your body not only hasn't weakened, but also far surpasses ordinary paladins." Keyes' words were like a bell that directly shocked Jensen. He didn't even realize that his thoughts were closely following the words of the young blue dragon in front of him. "But I really can't listen to the teachings of the God of justice and law in the depths of my heart. Without waiting for him to finish, Keyes, who had completely grasped the rhythm of the conversation, interrupted, "The holy power of a paladin does need the guidance of the gods, but it doesn't directly come from the gods." Where does the holy power of those paladins come from? According to the knowledge inheritance of the Megalosaurus race, the holy power is actually a direct gift from the rule of goodness, the basic rule of the multiverse after practicing good deeds. It's not just justice and law. As long as you persist in practicing a series of good deeds, such as humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, sacrifice, and a series of good deeds, you'll receive the holy power as a gift. The holy power is the foundation to create a paladin, and whether the holy power respects kindness is the standard to measure whether a paladin has failed in his duty. Seeing the light of hope shining in Jensen's originally cloudy eyes, Keyes struck, "While the iron was hot, you can't listen to the teachings of the God you worship, and it's true that existence has temporarily blocked the pity for you, but this doesn't mean that you're not a paladin. The thought of goodness is still overflowing in the depths of your soul, and your hands can still wield the sword to protect goodness. And the holy power has always been with you. The temporary blocking of the God is just a test, and all you have to do is to persist in your path and wait patiently." So, with that, Keyes took out a contract scroll that he had already prepared. "Repaying kindness is one of the standards of a paladin, and I've just helped you to practice good deeds, according to the fee that the doctor just mentioned. And given that the spells I used are much more advanced than what he could use, you owe me some calamity coins. Considering your current ability to repay, let's sign an employment contract and work in lieu of payment. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything that goes against your principles. And after paying off the debt, if you want to renew the contract, you'll be treated well. I know that you can use some of the holy words of creation, and when you sign this contract, you can read it in this language to check if I'm lying." Jensen, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sudden 180-degree turn of the young man in front of him, signed the employment contract a little helplessly. However, He didn't know what a certain Demolik, who had a similar experience and signed a labor contract but was actually a slave contract, would feel after learning about the existence of this contract. Chapter 94. For lower world creatures like demons and devils, as long as they weren't killed, this was the fate of most of them. In theory, there was no upper limit to their lifespan. It was for this reason that these creatures still had a sense of time, unless it was something that directly or indirectly affected their own interests. At other times, a mere few years was no different from the blink of an eye in their eyes. Fortunately, this was the case. In addition, the invasion of the Bartholomew 9 hells in the plain of Acid Fog Canyon had been relatively smooth for the past 2 years. Previously, Quess had been granted the benefits of returning to his original world and temporarily withdrawing from the Blood War to recuperate according to the wartime recuperation regulations and other policies. After bidding farewell to the Goblin Golem duo who still had to observe the battlefield in Acid Fog Canyon, Keyes first led the 3 Ogre brothers, as well as Half-Lich Snader and Sacred Samurai Jensen, who had signed employment contracts with him, back to the first level of Avernus through Hell's Gate Fortress. After showing his Medal of Merit as proof, Keyes and the others were granted the right to use the portal that connected the material plane to the 9 prisons of Bader. The portal they were about to pass through was guarded by an Anzu demon, who was in charge of overseeing traffic to and from the Hell's Gate, apart from the slightly stricter inspection of the paladins when they passed through the portal. The others were allowed to pass through quickly. That was why Kith did not choose to provoke this middle-ranked demon who had a strong sense of self-esteem and was addicted to power. The party smoothly passed through Avernus and arrived at the original material plane that Keyes and the 3 Ogre brothers hadn't seen for 2 years. The scene that greeted them after they stepped out of the interplanar teleportation portal surprised them. This place wasn't a dark underground cave, nor was it the residence of an evil mage. Unlike what they had imagined, this outpost of the 9 prisons of Bader was actually a tailor's shop that stored all sorts of cloth. The portal they had just walked out of was hidden in a large, full-length mirror on the 2nd floor of the tailor's shop. It was still a little cramped for the ogres, who had to bend their backs and lower their heads to get out of the mirror. Thump, thump, thump. Seeming to have sensed the faint magical waves emanating from the portal, a middle-aged woman who looked like the shopkeeper of a tailor's shop walked up the stairs from the corner of the room. When she saw the people who walked out of the portal and knew where the door led to, she immediately put on a vigilant and fawning expression. "Welcome, everyone. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. The young blue dragon didn't want to waste his breath." He took out the pass, that ancestral demon, and stamped when he left the Avernus transit station on the 1st level of Bator. With such a hard-to-forge endorsement of Hell, the tailor shop owner, who was in charge of the Bartho outpost, naturally did not want to investigate further. Who knew if this person had some secret mission? As a peripheral member who only had half of the Inferno bloodline, it was not wise to rashly get involved. Is this within the territory of the Medici Empire? Female tiefling? Keyes asked casually as he stepped onto the prime material plane that he hadn't seen for 2 years. His nerves that were always tense gradually relaxed after the bloody battlefield. Although she was surprised that the young man in front of her, who came from a big place, like the 9 prisons of Bader, knew about the Medici Empire, located in a remote part of the multiverse, the female tailor, who was disguised as a tiefling, quickly replied, "My lord, this is indeed the Coptic city of the Medici Empire." So it was here. No wonder Keyes felt a little strange just now. This tailor's shop did not have any windows. There were only a few oil lamps placed on the walls as light sources. This was a characteristic of the cavernous houses in Coptic City. This city, which was developed on the ruins of the ancient halfling, would be baptized by a terrible desert tornado every year. Except for the low houses that were excavated by the ancient halfling, any other city buildings that were more than 5 feet above the ground would be destroyed by the tornado. As a result, the city developed a peculiar architectural custom. All the buildings were built on the foundation of the halflings' cavernous houses. They excavated downwards to expand the space, and many tunnels were dug between the various underground cavernous houses to connect them. Over time, the underground buildings here were connected, forming a huge underground city with streets, squares, and underground rivers. The earliest humans who lived here were all criminals exiled from the Medici Empire. Coupled with the underground crisscrossing roads and the underground network that no one knew about, all kinds of crimes flowed in this place. This was the city of sin in the hearts of every Medici. It was the only city where Pharaoh did not appoint a governor. But it was undeniable that this city of sin, located in the heart of the desert, had a kind of abnormal prosperity. All kinds of villains, as well as all kinds of transactions that were banned in other places in Medici, brought a strange vitality to the city. Once, there was a lich who was similar to Kitha's subordinate, Snade's employee, who tried to dominate the city. However, not long after, he was annihilated by the elite spellcasters of the empire because he angered Medica's Grand Vexil prime minister. His phylactery was also pulled out and smashed and thrown into a cesspool as a warning to others. At that time, Coptic City was also razed by Medici's army. But as the saying went, wildfire can never burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The underground network of tunnels hid the seeds of sin in the city. After the withdrawal of Medici's army, the city was restored to its original state in a few years. However, the underground order was no longer under the sole control of a powerful figure. Instead, the Council of 10 was formed by the most influential figures in the city. They took over the responsibility of managing the city from the previous unlucky lich. 2 years ago, Keys, who was a fledgling, saved a Gnome City merchant who had the Moon Candy synthesis scroll. At that time, the young blue dragon smelled the scent of the Batsu devil on the scroll. Presumably, the scroll should have been leaked from this Batsu outpost. As for the conspiracy that the unlucky lich encountered, it probably had something to do with this place. I don't know what happened to Santos Ben Joser. It's been 2 years. Some of the companies that received venture capital in my previous life could even be listed. I should arrange for the return of the investment as soon as possible. I don't know if that guy has given up on that evil business. Keys thought as he turned back and smiled at his newly hired employee. If he doesn't sell contraband and honestly gives me the return of the investment as a return, I'll let it go. Otherwise, it's certainly not against the principles of the Paladins to collect debts from evil merchants. It's a good opportunity for the new employee to show his talent. Maybe it will help improve the team's cohesion. Returning to the familiar plane did indeed make Keys feel a lot more relaxed. Even if this was the worst city in the Medici Empire, it was still 10,000 times better than the bloody front line of the underworld. The young blue dragon was happy with his foresight and wisdom. He waved his hand and asked his companions to leave. Ignoring the female tiefling's proposal to arrange a guide, the young blue dragon planned to take advantage of the time to explore the underground city. Coming out of the tailor's shop, the group walked in a wide tunnel that served as the main road of Coptic City. This tunnel had obviously been expanded and reinforced many times. Its height was enough for a giant to walk upright with his chest puffed out. Its width was still more than enough for a group of people to walk side by side. Every 10 steps, there would be an alley that connected to other crypt buildings on both sides of the main road. The entrances of these alleys were often decorated with unique lighting, which not only showed the function of the crypt buildings in the alleys, but also provided the necessary illumination for the main road. However, unlike Keys and his companions who strolled leisurely most of the pedestrians who were in a hurry chose to firmly hide their faces with their hoods. They trotted all the way into the dark depths of unknown alleys. This place is somewhat similar to Morse Blight, but it's very different. Wandering in this underground city, he gradually recalled some things from many years ago. He was originally impatient with this kind of stroll. The environment here evoked the memories of the Demolica's hometown. Morse Blight was also an underground city, but it was deeper and darker than this place. After a long period of contact with mechanical puppet number 21, the Demolic was unknowingly influenced by it. Under the strong encouragement of that guy, Snader completely transformed the terrifying armor of the living automaton into his own body. Not only that, but the mechanical puppet also invited the great goblin engineer Ricknaz to provide him with some technical support. After several modifications, Snader's steel body was equipped with a small high-pressure steam power furnace, a pneumatic transmission device, and a Decepticon logo painted by mechanical puppet number 21. According to the mechanical puppet, this was a mysterious totem that few people knew about and could effectively improve mechanical efficiency. For such a person, who was very likely the first steampunk-style lich in the multiverse to be able to say such sentimental words, it really made Keyes sigh in his heart at the power of distortion of mechanical puppet number 21's faction. I hope that the strange mechanical puppet and its rigorous and reliable great goblin engineer friend can safely survive the rest of their bloody battle observation tour, Keyes silently wished in his heart. In addition to the pedestrians coming and going, there were also some homeless people on both sides of the Coptic Street. Like the pedestrians who walked as if they were flying, most of these people used hoods to hide their faces in the shadows. These homeless people could be people who had recently escaped from other places to seek a living here, or they could be the city's bankrupt people. Their existence was precisely a symbol of the city's cycle of alternating between the old and the new, that is, come here, seek hope, obtain success, encounter failure. It was this endless process, similar to the human body's metabolism, that gave this city a different kind of vitality. Of course, the adventurers who came to this city of sin did not all end in failure. As long as they were lucky enough to enter the Council of 10, then failure would only come after death. Chapter 95. Megalosaurus were born with a keen sense of smell. The smell of any person or object would leave a clear memory in their brain. At this moment, Quith stopped beside a wanderer who was curled up in the corner of the street. Although there was a leather-hooded robe, and the wanderer had not washed his body for many days, the young blue dragon was still very sure that the smell emitted from the wanderer belonged to a person he had seen before. The bulging muscles under the robe seemed to support his guess. "Hello, Mr. Brock. I'm an elven supreme warrior from Salem." The boy's soft greeting sounded like a sudden clap of thunder in the ears of the snoring wanderer. The powerful elf, who was both a supreme warrior and a sound warlock, leaped up from the ground and extended 2 scimitars from his robe. In a split second, he was ready to attack and defend against Keyes and the others. He raised his hand to stop the burly ogre who was about to rush forward with his ebony spikes, and the steampunk Demolic who was about to launch a preemptive strike and cast a spell. Quest calmly observed the elven powerhouse in front of him, whom he had met once before. He had to admit that things were still the same, but the people had changed. His 2 muscular arms that were exposed outside the robe were covered with scars that had just healed not long ago. The eyes that were staring at them from under the hood were still sharp, but not as bright as they were in Lynn Sangiu's memories. At this moment, the 2 elven scimitars in his hands were densely covered with dents of various sizes. It was obvious that the 2 weapons were close to exhaustion, just like their owner. "You are that Megalosaurus, Your Excellency?" Brock who was once Salem's tongue taker, seemed to have recognized the person who had just greeted him. Although 2 years of bloody battles had made Keyes stronger and taller in his human form, his face had not changed much. Moreover, the 3 ogres beside him had very distinctive appearances. Brock did not let his guard down after recognizing the person. However, he did not want to provoke a megalosaurus who might not be an enemy. So, the powerful elf asked carefully, "Are you here to kill me under Harknan's orders?" Harknan, another familiar name. Keyes remembered that the 4th son of the Salem tribe's Khan was a fat sheep who had given him thousands of silver cats. Of course not. On the contrary, he said with interest as he waved his hand and activated the powerful force field control inherited from the Energon dragon. A tabby cat hiding in the shadows not far away was pulled over. I can also provide you with some help, such as if he had turned into a cat lover. The young blue dragon bent his fingers slightly and flicked the frightened kitten twice under the restraint of the field. "You were hit by one of my attacks. Shame on me. You were hit by 2 of my attacks. Shame on you. Don't you think so?" The terrified tabby cat's expression immediately changed when it heard the words. Its eyes flashed with an emotion called anger as it stared at the culprit in front of it. However, this anger was followed by a 3rd flick. Under the force field effect of Keyes's flick, the cat that was trapped in the force field was sent flying and crashed into the walls on both sides of the road. Fortunately, as the force field on its body was removed, the tabby cat's 4 limbs kicked off the wall and landed firmly on the ground. With a roar, the little guy immediately removed the disguise on its body. A creature that looked like a wercat with bestiality appeared on the spot. However, it only looked like a wercat. Its abnormal palm that was the opposite of a human's exposed its true nature. It was a Rakshasa. Rakshasa, also known as demonic beasts and ghosts. This was a kind of beta creature that had released its soul from the body of a demon through a dark ritual. It was able to break free from the shackles of the underworld and come to the material plane to satisfy its desire for the flesh and blood of humanoid creatures. At the moment when the dark ritual was completed, they were no longer Batsa Devil. Therefore, they no longer had the usual resistance bonus of the demons and spell-like abilities such as Summon Batsu. Of course, there were gains and losses. Not only did this creature obtain the ability to freely leave the 9 prisons of Bader, it could also disguise itself as any appearance it wanted. Very few creatures could see the true form of a Rakshasa. They also preferred to disguise themselves as some powerful or influential people, such as nobles of extraordinary birth, bishops who served God, or wealthy merchants. Even if someone occasionally saw their true form, it was easy to be deceived by their appearance that was a mixture of human and tiger features, and mistake them for a wercat. However, this kind of disguise could not fool Keyes. After all, this young blue dragon was a man who had personally commanded a Batsu army, although most of them were just mercenaries from another plane. Keyes's words that angered the Rakshasa were not nonsense. There was such a maxim among the Rakshasa: being stabbed once by you, shame on you; being stabbed twice by you, shame on me. This kind of Batsu creature had a very strong, vengeful mentality. The only remaining characteristic of the Batsu was that it would not really die after being killed in the material plane. After a few months or a few years, its body would be reconstructed. When the Rakshasa was reborn, it still retained all the knowledge and memories of its previous life. It used this knowledge to find the person who killed it, and then cruel revenge called punishment. If the target was out of its control for some reason, such as death, the Rakshasa would turn its revenge on the target's family, friends, and descendants. Of course, it did not disguise itself as a tabby cat to ambush here, to seek revenge. It was just carrying out its mission, to kill tongue-taker Brock. And this was the second layer of disguise of the Batsu outpost, disguised as a tailor shop, the daily business of an assassin's union. Although it was angered by the sudden turn of events and transformed, this Rakshasa was not a reckless person. Actually, the Rakshasa was quite skilled at judging the situation. After considering the fact that the person who angered it was capable of toying with it, as well as seeing the group of people standing next to Keys who seemed to be untouchable, the Rakshasa could only think about how to escape unscathed. This Tiger Man, no matter how slow Brock was, it would have been impossible for him to not realize that the Tigerman's target was himself when he saw the tabby cat suddenly transform into a humanoid creature. He's a Rakshasa, not a Tiger Man. The blue dragon youth who had transformed into a humanoid form interrupted the elf's words and revealed the Rakshasa's true identity. Go back and tell that tiefling that I have a use for this elf. If she has any questions, she can come and find me personally if she dares. A Batsu creature had appeared in the city where the Batsu outpost was located. Keys did not even need to think to know that there was a connection between the two. However, he did have some other thoughts when he saved Blatch this time. After returning to the material plane, he had thought about exploring the ruins of the ancient Imaska civilization. Now, he was thinking about it again. Chapter 96. The dark-colored wool is soft and dense, and it can help you resist the cold of the night. The light-colored sari is comfortable and breathable, and you don't have to worry about the sweat at noon. Oh, threading a needle. The tough silk thread is thinner than the bowstring. Oh, playing with scissors. The sharpened scissors are sharper than the machete. The tape measure and chalk are ready to measure your clothes at any time. If you ask, how much is this decent? I can only tell you secretly, the price is the cheapest here. The advertisement of the decent tailor shop, after dissuading the Rakshasa demon who came to perform the entrusted task in a half-physical and half-verbal way, Keys nodded to the elven powerhouse whom he knew before. Under the powerful aura of the young blue dragon and his companions, Brock had to put away his machete and followed the crowd to the periphery of the city from a fork in the road. Although the permanent buildings of Coptic City were underground, it did not mean that the surface of the earth above the city was only bare tomb-like roofs. The merchants who came and went only needed to pay a daily fee to the Council of 10 that ruled the city, and they had the right to use felt to set up temporary tents as stalls to sell their goods. These densely packed stalls even formed a huge bazaar that spread into the depths of the desert. The Council of 10 also arranged a security team composed of their respective slaves to maintain the order here. When Keys and his party walked out of the crypt city, the sun was setting in the west. At this moment, the big bazaar attracted a lot of people because of the cool weather. The bustling crowd showed the vitality of the place. Under the urging of the ogre gourmet, the crowd stopped in front of a restaurant that specialized in making camel barbecue. It was located near the periphery of the big bazaar, and not far away, there was a sea of sand that seemed to stretch endlessly. Among the people who returned from the bloody battlefield, the one who gained the most was undoubtedly Keys, but when it came to the extent of the expansion of the purse, it was Brew who led the pack. In order to withstand the attack of the demon army, the young blue dragon had sacrificed himself after being airdropped into the bottomless abyss. He had relied on a large number of silver-containing artillery shells and silver-plated weapons to persevere until the end. Now, apart from some stock of the railgun shells in his space belt, the large amount of silver he exchanged with the merchants of Yugoloth was left in the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon. As for the reward and compensation for the commander's allowance after the opening of Hellgate Fortress, they were all directly given out in the Soul Prism, the hard currency of the lower world. Keys, who had been in the process of self-adapting and passively evolving, had not had the time to exchange for it with the merchants of Yugoloth. But the smart Brew was different. In the later stages of his life, he invested in a tavern and operated a hospital in the abyss town formed by mercenaries. This ogre gourmet could be said to have completed the primitive accumulation of capital in the abyss, which was truly a barren land. Due to the customer base, most of them would not use a high-grade item, like the soul prism during settlement. In addition to some materials and items obtained through bartering, Brew's purse was not short of gold coins, which were called calamity coins by the lower world creatures. Therefore, when Keyes awkwardly found that he did not have any coins to pay with, the ogre gourmet generously took out 2 calamity coins from his small purse and handed them to the owner of the tavern. In the ash plane, the exchange rate between gold coins and silver coins was more than 100. Silver coins were the main equivalent in this world, and very few people were generous enough to use gold coins for transactions. The owner of the tavern smiled and assured everyone that the stall would be booked for the night, and no one would disturb them. But under Keyes's signal, the cautious steampunk Demolik, who had no interest in food, cast a spell that could shield him from detection. At the same time, he summoned a spying eye to hide around the tavern. "Mr. Brock, if you don't mind, can you tell me about the grudge between you and Hucknan? After all, I have been away from worldly affairs for more than 2 years." The young blue dragon inadvertently used some psionic skills in his words, which gave him a great advantage when persuading others. "I remember that he is your friend Anda, the 4th son of Salem Khan, and you personally saved him from my hands." Unexpectedly, when Keyes heard the last sentence of Friend of Anda, he could clearly feel the emotions hidden deep in the elf's heart gushing out like a mountain peak. It was a complicated emotion, mixed with hatred, sadness, nostalgia, and more self-blame. The powerful elf named Tongue Taker took a few deep breaths to calm the fire in his heart. Taking a bite of the half-roasted camel meat that had not yet been sprinkled with spices, Blatch chewed hard and swallowed the food in his mouth. Slowly, he said, "Hakonan does not deserve to be the son of the great Hadger Alto. He is a kingslayer, a patricide, a despicable thief that I will curse even after I die." Was it because of the telepathic suggestion, or was it because he had suppressed it for too long and needed to find someone to talk to? The young blue dragon took a sip of jujube and felt that it was not to his taste, so he changed to a cup of hibiscus juice and continued to sip. At this time, he was playing the role of an excellent listener. Among the crowd, the ogre gourmet and his brother Nalu were busy attacking the roasted camel meat on the bonfire. Only the ogre witch doctor, who had a quiet personality, looked over curiously. Although the paladin Jensen could not speak the language, he could still read something from the angry look of the elf in front of him. Fortunately, Snader, who was sitting beside him, was kind enough to cast a language proficiency spell on this junior employee. Jensen also joined the ranks of the listeners. Brock had been attacked by many rumors since he was young because of his fierce appearance. When he grew older, he used his own hands to stop the rumors and gained the fierce name Tongue Taker. It was obvious that he hated the behavior of spreading gossip. When the listener showed interest in his words, Brock instinctively felt conflicted. However, in the depths of his soul that he could not detect, Quest's psionic power was still influencing him silently. For the Venerable One, for the Sage One, for the Sage One, for the Disease One, for the Family One. But the Venerable is dead, the Sage is gone, and the loved ones are gone. Only this despicable man, Huck, stole the throne of the Khan. What else is there to hide? Everything started 2 years ago. In Salem, Blatch, who held the 2 honorable titles of a supreme warrior and a sound sorcerer, was willing to take the risk of great humiliation for his friend, Anda, who was the chief of the tribe. He personally went out to redeem Harknan, the defeated and captured chief's son, and his only remaining apprentice. Blatch had thought that under the whiplash of his fists and feet, Huck would be able to be courageous and use his achievements on the battlefield to regain the title of Supreme Warrior and wash away the shameful label that had been placed on him because of his captivity. In fact, Huck did perform well at the beginning. The son of the tribal chief repeatedly took the lead in the war against the Samhain tribe. After leading his army to win several glorious victories for Salem, Huck was once again awarded the title of a Supreme Warrior. But the good times did not last long. This situation that made Brock feel comforted came to an abrupt end when a tragedy occurred. He did not know that the information he revealed about Salem's secret weapon, the blazing shadow beast, when he redeemed Huck, had been sent to the enemy's golden tent by Epicurus, who had been secretly communicating with the Samhain tribe. After learning the true intention of Salem to start the war chief of the Samhain tribe naturally made a targeted plan. He targeted Salem's target, the oil wells that were rich in black oil within the territory of his tribe. He deliberately revealed a flaw on the battlefield and finally succeeded in luring a large cavalry army into a trap. That night, the oil wells that were ignited lit up the desert night. The soaring flames desperately licked at the Salem cavalry, who were at a loss. In less than an hourglass time, the army was completely wiped out. Only a few lucky ones risked their lives to rush out of the sea of fire and brought this disastrous news to their old king. Hadjar Alto, the chief of the Salem elves who had the ambition to become the leader of all the desert elves, had not only lost a powerful arm on his path to becoming the Khan, but he had also lost his other son. This friend of Anda, who was 10 times more tenacious and brave than himself in the eyes of tongue-taker, Brock, aged in an instant that night. The traces of his tears wetting his shirt were still eye-catching when he was summoned by Jun Qianzhao the next day. What was even more difficult for Brock to accept was the fact that he was arranged in the inner room of the Samhain tribe. Sheikh Samhain has learned about the matters related to Salem's blazing shadow beast from a merchant. Blazing shadow beast, related matters. These words deeply stabbed Brock's rock-hard heart. He knew that this mistake was leaked by him. He had to bear the main responsibility for the destruction of the tribal army and the loss of his beloved son in Anda. But when he told the truth and asked his chief for a quick death as punishment, his friend just said, "You accidentally hurt my other son in order to save one of my sons. I don't blame you. If you die, I will lose 2 close relatives in a day." Although Brock was forgiven by his friend, self-blame still gnawed at the heart of Tongue-taker. That night, he could no longer hold back and went to the golden tent to ask his old friend for an order. He wanted to personally hunt down the merchant who passed on the message. After killing that Epicurus, I will assassinate the chief of the Samhain tribe. If he dies, that's good. If he doesn't, I will bring his head back and kill myself. Brock thought to himself as he walked to the entrance of the golden tent. But the moment he pushed open the golden tent's curtain, he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. His disciple, the only son of his friend, the son of the chief named Harknan, had stabbed a dagger into his old father's heart. When he saw his atrocity being exposed, Brock knew that he was far from being his master's opponent. But he didn't know that at that time, Brock was so heartbroken that he almost couldn't pick up his scimitar. The Kingslayer carefully avoided Brock's scimitar and sound spell, which were both out of standard, while shouting loudly. The elven chief wanted to be alone to calm down the guards of the golden tent, who had just been sent away. That night, the god of luck must have favored that scoundrel. Just like his previous atrocities, he succeeded once again, and I became the sinner who killed the Khan according to him. Brock's tone was still calm, but the rib of the camel beast that was crushed in his hand revealed his true emotions at that moment. Chapter 97. In the golden tent in the center of the Salem tribe, The new tribal chief who had just been sworn in less than a month ago was entrenched in it, perhaps in order to avoid a repeat of the tragedy that had happened here before. There were two small groups of tribal warriors waiting at the door. But unlike the former tribal chief Hagar, who could easily call out the names of the guards and gossip with them, the young king of the elven tribe always sat on the throne in the deepest part of the tent with a heavy heart. He would sit there for an entire day. Poor Harknan. He just lost his brother who grew up with him, and then he lost his father who sheltered him from the wind and rain. The warrior captain in charge of guarding the tent couldn't help but sigh, but then his thoughts were attracted by an eagle that was circling in the sky. This flying feathered beast was a common postman in the desert. It only needed some fresh meat to send a message across hundreds of miles to the people who needed it. After instructing the others to remain on guard, the warrior captain removed the sealed letter tube from the eagle's leg. In the process of doing this, he had been very careful of the big bird next to him, fearing that it would suddenly peck at him because it was hungry and treat him as food. He had a few unpleasant memories before, so he did not have a good impression of this bad-tempered postman. After checking the tube and confirming that the fire seal was still intact, the warrior captain handed over the task of feeding the eagle to the other warriors. He turned around and lifted the felt cloth in front of the golden tent and strode in. The new tribal chief was sitting on the throne in the deepest part of the tent, one hand supporting his forehead on the table in front of him. Sensing that someone had entered the tent, Harknan immediately stood up. When he saw the person's appearance, he put his hand down from the hilt of his scimitar beside him. "Great Khan, there is a message for you by Eagle." The warrior captain obviously saw Harknan's action, but he didn't panic. He still maintained a calm expression and presented the letter tube with both hands. After receiving permission to leave, the warrior captain bowed and left the slightly haggard tribal chief's golden tent. Harknan picked up a small knife that was specially used to open seals and carefully cleaned the seal on the edge of the tube. He gently knocked the tube and poured the letter on the table in front of him. To Chief Harknan. The words at the beginning of the letter made the young tribal chief quite unhappy. Harknan, who thought that he had inherited the power of the former Salem tribe leader Hajar Alto, naturally also inherited the ambition of becoming the common lord of all the desert elves. He still continued the tribe's habit of exaggerating the tribal chief by calling him Khan, but he didn't expect that in the end, his pride would be hurt by the villain's residence of the Desert Coptic Assassins Guild of Assassins. A letter, 2 pieces of news. One was a very ordinary good news, and the other was extremely bad news. The good news was that the respectable tailor shop had successfully killed Epicurus, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and his head would be sent to the Salem tribe's golden tent in a few days. The bad news was that the other assassination commission had gone wrong. Brock, who was likely to make Harknan lose face, was rescued by an absolutely powerful person. The Assassins Guild of Assassins would send back the advance payment and compensation for the commission, as well as Epicurus' head. The angry young tribal chief threw the letter high, pulled out his scimitar, and cut the letter into 4 pieces before it fell to the ground. This was the combat skill cross/, taught to him by Brock. However, the warrior whom Harknan wanted to take his head could cut the letter into 16 pieces in the same time. Don't be blindly angry, especially when the anger comes from the emotion of fear. You have to remember that fear is the killer of the mind. Fear is the little god of death that brings complete destruction. A gentle voice sounded in the young chieftain's head. Although Harknan had tried to reject the voice's advice several times, in the end, he would be defeated by this kind of gentle voice and willingly follow its instructions. It was like this now when he stabbed his father, Khan Hajar Alto, or when he framed his master, Brock, with the crime of regicide. Although he had been persuaded by this voice too many times, Harknan still clearly remembered the scene when he first heard this voice. After being redeemed by his master from the megalosaurus, he did not admit that he was defeated by a profit-seeking merchant. Harknan's self-esteem, which had been cultivated since childhood, suffered a huge blow. As the son of a failed tribal chief, he received more disdain than other people when he returned to the Salem tribe. Although he did not suffer the punishment of being whipped because of his noble birth, this noble was still arranged to do some dirty and dangerous work that only lowly slaves were forced to do. He was personally assigned by Hajar Khan to look after the reproduction of the blazing shade beasts. This son of the tribal chief, who was once the youngest supreme warrior of the Salem tribe, had to work every day in the blazing shade beast's nest with naked slaves. They had to put various materials into the sac-like cavity used to support the growth and development of the blazing shade beast's larvae. At the same time, they had to use sticks to teach the fledgling beasts that had just broken out of their cocoons and had not yet been controlled by the heart of the elven tribal chief to obey simple rules. Those days were the most difficult period of Harknan's life. It was even 100 times more difficult than the training he had received from his strict master. In addition to enduring the heavy labor every day, he also had to breathe the indescribably stinky air inside the nest while carefully avoiding being burned by the blazing heat in the bodies of the fledgling beasts that had been taught the stick education. More than once, he had witnessed slaves who were doing the same work as him accidentally being besieged by the blazing shade beasts and ending up tragically as human charcoal. This painful torture lasted until one day, when a blazing shade beast that had just broken out of its cocoon handed him a crystal that it had held in its mouth before it was born. The cub was much more robust than its peers, but it didn't have the violent tendencies of other newborn beasts to attack wildly. It just quietly walked to Harknan's side, spat out the shimmering crystal in its mouth, and silently turned away. When the son of the tribal chief picked up the crystal spat out by the blazing shade beast, he was not burned as he thought. He had seen many slaves who had made similar mistakes. After the crystal was grasped in his palm, it fit his grip perfectly. A comfortable heat spread from his palm and the crystal to his whole body. It was like a luxury called a steam bath that Harknan had experienced before. The precious water resources in the desert turned into steam and gently brushed across his body. It not only soothed his exhaustion, but also soaked his soul. It was also at that moment that his heart's defense was broken by the ancient consciousness hidden in the crystal. At first, it was just a small piece of gossip that stirred up the mood of the son of the tribal chief. Harknan did not realize that it was the crystal that caused trouble. He only thought that it was the self-talk in his heart because he was too tired. But as these words gradually turned into suggestions, Harknan gradually felt that there was someone in the crystal that he had carried with him since that day. He knew very well that, with his wisdom, he could not think of a good way to get out of the current predicament. He could not think of a way to lead the soldiers to win the battle against the Sawin tribe. "Who are you? Why are you hiding here? What do you want to do to me?" Chapter 98. In the art of taming someone, the most important thing is Ingyao. Once you catch him, you need to use military horses. If you have enough military horses, you can easily make people listen to you. Once you get familiar with the military horses, after you catch Ingyao, you can talk about things according to the situation and use the military horses. Your eloquence is like a torrent, making people fascinated. Very few people won't fall for it. Technique of 1,000 men. Preface to the military horse. Hackman's 3 questions flashed in his mind. He began to feel that the gentle voice was not in his ears, but in his heart. As an existence of the past, it doesn't matter who I am. In fact, I have never hidden my existence in front of you. It's just that you have just discovered it. I don't want to do anything to you. Instead, it's you who needs my help." Without any hesitation, the words rang in the mind of the destitute tribal chief's son. Just as he felt that he had been fooled, the voice spoke again. "Of course, it sounds insincere. But in fact, I don't know who I am. The only thing that remains in my memory is a rough impression of where I came from. The tower buried under the sand dune. The specialized laboratory where I fiddled with these chimeras. I have to say, the facilities at your place of work are really poor." Hackman could feel that the voice was completely different from before. Or maybe it was him. The voice seemed to have been aroused. It had changed from a person who only revealed a few words occasionally to now. It was as if he had turned into an eloquent speech expert. Speak too much and lose your temper. This was a principle that Hajar had taught him since he was young. Therefore, the tribal chief's son, who was eager to understand the mysterious voice, did not show any impatience. Instead, he focused on enjoying the performance of the voice. But he had underestimated the power of words. In the mouth of a person who was really good at this, the words that sounded like gossip also had the power to bewitch people. Unknowingly, Hackman was attracted by the ability described by the mysterious voice. He could not hold back the longing and expectation in his heart. In terms of Chimera's research, as I used to be in charge of the spirit binding tower, I have enough knowledge to impart to you, and my bloodline modification technique is even more magical. It can allow you to gain power in a very short period of time that others can never reach in their lifetime. The only thing you need to do is to help me find myself and find those memories that have been sealed or scattered. Of course, I admit that this is quite a challenge for you in your current situation, but I wouldn't be surprised if you refuse. It's just that you need me just as I need you. Why don't we rely on each other and work together? Then how should I address you? You can call me by my previous name, Soul Binding Crystal. The beautiful ending of the provocation, the perfect timing, and the words that were 99% true made the mysterious voice that came from the crystal fragment in Hucknan's hand seem very credible. However, what Hakenan didn't know was that these words had also appeared in Hajar Alto's mind when he was exploring the spirit-binding tower with the tribal warriors. At that time, Hajar Alto had used his scimitar as his answer. He personally smashed the soul-binding crystal, the crystal pillar that had mysteriously appeared in the soul-binding tower, into pieces. Retribution will come to your heart. This curse that roared out decades ago when the soul-binding crystal was smashed had now been fulfilled, and the person who helped him fulfill his promise was his new ally, Salem's Hucknan. The outside world's help is ultimately not strong enough. The only thing that can really solve a problem is the scimitar in your hand. But now, your scimitar is not sharp enough, and your hand is not strong enough to hold the scimitar. The soul-binding crystal that was made into a necklace on Hucknan's neck flickered slightly, and the trickle-like words once again flowed into the heart of the young man who had the ambition to become the leader of all the desert elves. Accept my suggestion and undergo bloodline modification. Even the cowardly Hajar dared to try to fuse with the heart of the beasts. He dared to do it just because he found a research notebook in the soul-binding tower. With my help, there's no reason for you to continue being afraid. You must know that only by controlling the heart of the beasts can you truly control the blazing shadow beasts. Those little guys will become your most powerful weapon. These words touched the young chieftain, sitting in the depths of the golden tent. He rubbed the lacquer box in his hand and fell into deep thought. This lacquer box contained the heart of the beasts that he had inherited from the person he had murdered. It was not that he had not considered listening to the soul-binding crystal's suggestion before. It was just that in the last conversation with his father, he was told that the heart of the beasts had a side effect of cutting off the ability to reproduce, which made him unable to make up his mind. If there is no present, then how can we grasp the future? The soul-binding crystal saw through Hucknan's concerns. It could not understand the importance of reproduction for flesh and blood creatures, so it could not understand why such a greedy young man would remain so restrained in the face of power that was at his fingertips. However, as the great Detective Holmes said, eliminate all the impossible, and the rest, no matter how impossible it is still the truth. After the soul-binding crystal repeatedly thought about it, it finally found the loophole in its previous thinking. So this time, it decided to use a way of confusing concepts to persuade the young chieftain, who was actually very easy to accept the advice of others. There was no doubt that the wise soul-binding crystal had succeeded once again. This kind of success that kept pushing a person in the direction of its own set of plans actually gave the soul-binding crystal a magical item that should not have any emotions, a sense of accomplishment. This was very unusual. As a creation of the ancient soul-binding sorcerer, the soul-binding crystal was an extension of its creator's will. It did not have a consciousness of self. Although it could guide the operation of the soul-binding tower through the knowledge in its memory, it did not mean that it had that kind of powerful power. After the death of the ancient soul-binding sorcerer, although it could still bewitch others, it was only following the operation set by its creator. However, this magical item gradually had a consciousness of self in the hands of Hucknan, and it gradually found that it had some fluctuations of emotions. The sensitive soul-binding crystal noticed the changes in itself. With the ability of this magical item to think, it dug out the core rules left behind by the soul-binding sorcerer. The creation of self and emotions symbolized the return of the great creator. The soul-binding crystal was no longer just an extension of the soul-binding sorcerer's will. It was also the continuation of the soul-binding sorcerer's life that had already passed away. When the time came, the soul-binding crystal would only need to lead the slaves it recruited back to the soul-binding tower. Surrounded by the beasts, the dark tower would break through the sand dunes burial. Chapter 99. My luck has improved since I left the Acid Fog Canyon bit wall. The first successful experimental case in my entire academic career appeared on the first night I set foot in that remote material plane. After rigorous practical testing, I found that the strong liquor brewed by the ogres is actually a high-quality biofuel that has not yet been discovered. Fill the fuel tank of the steam power furnace with this liquid energy, and the energy released from its combustion is enough to power my mechanical prosthetic body, which is designed and made by Mr. 21 and Mr. Ricknaz. It weighs more than 300 pounds and can operate for more than 48 hourglasses. Snyder's private research notes, wine helped with conversation, and Blue the Ogre's collection of fine wine was even better. Of course, what Blue took out at this moment was not the strong liquor that was comparable to poison like viper's blood. In order to take care of the ordinary people present, namely the desert elf Brock, he took out some low-alcohol liquor that had been verified to be non-toxic for everyone to drink. But even so, the liquor brewed with materials unique to the lower world was not comparable to ordinary things such as jujube. Brock the tongue-puller, who had not drunk alcohol for decades because he had been practicing the art of speech, only took a few sips of Blue's liquor before he completely let loose. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the elf, who had been repressed for a long time, even revealed the past of playing with eagles and dogs with his and a friend when he was a child. While Brock was talking about the past, the others were not idle either. The variety of goods in the Bazaar of Coptic City was far more abundant than anyone could imagine. With Blue the Ogre's money, all kinds of delicacies were gathered here one after another. In addition to the roasted camel meat that was the specialty of this restaurant, there were also roasted grouse, fried locusts, charcoal, smoked snake, assorted soup, and even a musk ox that was extremely rare in the desert and only produced in the northernmost tundra of this world. Of course, with 3 ogres and a megalosaurus, there was no need to worry about the food going to waste. This dinner could be regarded as a welcoming feast for Keyes and the 3 ogre brothers. It lasted from the evening of the day before to the morning of the next day. When they set foot on their journey again, the eternal blaze of the ash plain was already hanging directly above their heads. The elf, who had fallen asleep after singing in the middle of the night, was now placed in a pavilion on the back of a sand rhinoceros. The high noon temperature caused his body to excrete some sweat, taking away a large amount of drunkenness. Brock struggled to get up from the cushion. He used his hand to press on his forehead that was tingling from the hangover. It had been more than 50 years since he last drank so much. The last time he drank was when he officially became a supreme warrior and drank from Hajar Khan. Drink some morality potion. Mr. Witch Doctor said that it was His Excellency Keyes who named it. So it's called Energy Potion. It will help people who are drunk. Following this sentence, which was not very fluent in the common language of the plain, the speaker put a small water bag in front of the hungover elf. Tongue taker, Brock's muscles bulged instinctively. He did not feel it clearly yesterday, but now that he was right beside him, the elf supreme warrior could easily sense that this human in a coarse gray robe was extraordinary. Brock's muscles were extremely smooth, and his posture and habits, inadvertently revealed between his movements, clearly showed that he was an expert in combat. Of course, Sacred Warrior Johnson was an expert. Few mortals were capable of injuring a demon lord and then escaping unscathed. However, he had now become one of Keyes' employees. In the future, he would have to pay off his debts by working in lieu of paying. After buying a few adult sand rhinoceroses in the livestock trading center of Coptic City, the young blue dragon and the 3 ogre brothers voted together against the objections of the majority. Only Snader disagreed. But in accordance with the principle of majority rule, the objection was invalid. They decided to disguise themselves as a caravan and set off for an adventure before returning to the dragon's lair to rest. As for the content of this adventure, it had something to do with the elf that Keyes had saved yesterday. Sand rhinoceroses were a kind of giant camel commonly seen in desert caravans. In addition to their gentle nature and strong endurance, this kind of giant beast was also very heavy. Keyes' caravan consisted of a total of 6 sand rhinoceroses. One was responsible for storing the materials that Blue and Paulu had bought in Coptic City. Another was shared by Sacred Warrior Johnson and the elf Tongue Taker, who had just woken up from a hangover. Ogre Gourmet Blue and his witch doctor brother Paulu shared a mount. Ogre Blacksmith Nalu, who was extremely heavy, rode on one alone, and the last sand rhinoceros was the leader of the caravan. The young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human form, and the steampunk Demolik, who stayed in the pavilion on its back to direct the caravan's progress. This is the equivalent of the ransom that Brock gave me before. It's a map with the location of the soul-binding sorcerer's laboratory. Keyes opened his space belt and took out a brocade box with a map in it. Since Snade was a big shot in the field of magic, he had to consult an expert. I've checked the map. There's only a simple magic circle of the School of Defense on it. It's only used to protect the map from damage. The mechanical prosthetic arm took over the brocade box and took out the map. The half-lich Snade gently stroked the edge of the map with his finger. After a while, he found a thin fiber in a place that even Quess hadn't noticed before. What's this? Keyes looked at the thing that his magic consultant had found and asked curiously. Snade used 2 other small spells to identify it. After repeatedly confirming it, he replied, "This is wraith thread. To be precise, it's about 1/10 of the thickness of the wraith thread." As the name suggests, wraith thread is a thread-like material extracted from the wraith of a person with a strong obsession after his death. At the same time, it's also a necessary casting material for several relatively obscure school of necromancy spells. During the casting process, wraith thread can play the role of solidifying the obsession. After solidifying the obsession, the caster can once again use it as a carrier to directly affect the target's behavior. After listening to Snade's explanation, Keyes doubtfully asked, "But I've checked it with many detection spells before. Except for the simple magic circle of the School of Defense, there's no other magic fluctuation at all." This is precisely the brilliance of the person who cast this spell. The wraith thread that I just found is only 1/10 of the normal diameter. Even if you carefully observe it, it's easy to mistake it for a fiber burr on the map scroll. The reason for this was that the enchanted map had been unraveled layer by someone. I have to say that this method is very ingenious. It not only destroys the original casting material, but also makes it impossible to effectively detect the spell that was previously attached to it. At the same time, it also very covertly separates the wraith threads that carry the obsession and adds them to about 10 brand new maps. The Demolic, who was patiently explaining the delicate design of the map, did not do anything else. He just controlled the mechanical artificial body to pick up the slightly thin parchment scroll and gently shook it. The magic map that tongue taker Brock needed to use the Dagger of Souls to harvest a living person's life to activate instantly came alive. Lines that looked like blood vessels emerged from the scroll, outlining a path that led to the ancient soul-binding sorcerer's research laboratory. Obviously, this is a trap. These maps are very likely to be spread by the soul-binding sorcerer himself. His purpose is to lure more people to his laboratory. The steampunk Demolic, who only lacked a pipe in his mouth, said with certainty, "Although I don't know the origin of the soul-binding sorcerer, according to your description, I can roughly guess that this kind of caster is somewhat similar to the evil sorcerer. Making chimeras is just a means to explore the mystery of the secret, not the final goal. The fact that the desert elves could find the production nest that was used to mass produce the blaze shadow beasts in the laboratory marked on the map is very much like a trap that caters to the soul-binding sorcerer's fancy. And this behavior of painstakingly setting up a trap shows the soul-binding sorcerer's current predicament. The soul-binding sorcerer should be very weak at the moment, and even has to resort to deceit to attract some people to go on a treasure hunt before plotting to turn them into his puppets or even carriers for his resurrection. Snade's words had indeed enlightened Keyes. The situation of ants bullying a tiger, a stubborn stone triumphing over a diamond, was not common in the multiverse. How could a few ordinary desert elves escape from the various countermeasures of a powerful soul-binding sorcerer's research laboratory? Come on, they were not the main characters of the story. The only explanation that made sense was that the ancient soul-binding sorcerer wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish, so he deliberately went easy on them. And this was undeniably good news for Keyes and his companions. It was just like the maxim that the ogre blacksmith often said, "An axe without a blade is only a stick." According to the route marked on the map, the distance between Coptic City and the research laboratory that the soul-binding sorcerer had set up as a trap was not far. Starting from the city in the center of the desert, it would take about 3 days with the speed of the sand rhinos to reach the target location. It was just that this route would pass through the area controlled by the Samhain tribe. Generally, caravans would choose to take a detour to avoid the desert elves who had been dragged out like hungry wolves by the tribal war for a long time. But for Keyes' caravan, this was not too much of a problem. In fact, the young Blue Dragon and the Demolic, who were in charge of leading the way, did not even think about this problem. They rode the sand rhinos to the north. The further they went from the civilization, the taller the sand dunes became. The continuous rise and fall of the dunes was like the surface of the sea that had been ravaged by a storm and suddenly froze, reflecting the dazzling golden light of the eternal sun. Originally, the merchants in the desert rarely chose to travel during the day because the horrifying high temperature would accelerate the consumption of the water they carried. Most of the time, they would choose to hide during the day and come out at night, relying on tents to resist the scorching sun during the day. Of course, if there was an oasis not far ahead, a short, rapid march during the day was acceptable. Chapter 100. The little boys had come early to watch the beheading. The blazing sun gradually disappeared into the distant horizon. This was the time that the Sawan tribe usually chose for the execution, as the people of the desert. Out of respect for the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, the Sawan people were rarely willing to let blood stain the sand under the sun unless it was during a battle. Groups of boys did not hesitate to give up dinner and sneak out of the tent. Most of them were barefoot and stepped on the sand quietly without making any sound, like leopard cats. At this age, the desert elf boys would scoff at everything that their elders valued. They despised and mocked all beautiful things. When they saw a cripple who had broken his leg in the war, they would laugh and taunt him from afar. If they saw an injured animal, they would kill it with a stone and take it home for dinner. They would brag about their injuries, be proud of their scars, and maintain a special respect for the disabled. A boy who was missing a little finger could become their leader. They loved violence. When they passed by the houses of the supreme warriors in the tribe, they would always look at the skulls pierced on the spikes with adoring eyes. As for the execution of the beheading personally ordered by the chief, they would never miss the opportunity to feast their eyes on it. However, unlike the eager desert elf children, Epicurus, who was the one being punished, felt like a year at this time. The great merchant who believed that war always affects trade, except for the trade of weapons, never thought that his trading partner would choose to pay with a sword when he was unable to pay his debts. The day before yesterday, this discerning merchant brought carefully selected goods to sell to his regular customers. As a discount for his regular customers, he did not even charge the previous fee for providing important information. But who would have thought that the desert elf chief, in addition to his wallet being emptied by the tribal war that lasted for 2 years, also had a huge deficit in his personal integrity? There was no trial, no questioning. Epicurus, a merchant who came with enough sincerity, was sent to prison and would be hanged the next day with just one sentence: the greedy merchant who insulted the great Sawan tribe will be severely punished. Not only did he deprive the merchant of a chance to appeal, but he also prevented him from uttering a single curse. Under the orders of the chief of the Zazan tribe, the merchant and his servants were all put on a bit that was usually used to control livestock. As Sawan's court, this oasis was like a huge piece of jade lying in the middle of the desert. The lake, which was a few miles wide, was like a sapphire embedded in the jade, shining brilliantly under the afterglow of the setting sun. The tents of the Sawan tribesmen were set up around the lake with abundant water plants hidden between small patches of palm trees. When the young blue dragon's caravan traveled for nearly 2 days, and one night they needed to find a place for the sand rhinos to rest for the night. After climbing over a small sand dune, the oasis appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just as they saw the oasis at a glance, some people also saw the caravan climbing over the sand dune at a glance. Sawan's sentries, who were in charge of guarding the oasis, immediately surrounded the caravan when they saw it. Keyes knew that his trick of disguising himself as a caravan would not fool people with good eyesight. The caravan did not have common beasts such as camels or horses that were more cost-effective. The expensive sand rhinos were only used as mounts and did not carry large amounts of goods. As merchants, there were many shortcomings in their dressing. Except for Jason, no one was wearing the white linen shirt that desert merchants often wore. The ogres and the steampunk half-liches could not wear it due to their size. The elf Brock did not bother to dress up as a merchant, and the young blue dragon was simply too lazy to change his clothes. In addition, all kinds of excellent weapons and equipment were placed in conspicuous places, making everyone look more like bandits than merchants. These were enough to make people suspicious, but at the same time, they were also intimidating. The sentries of Samhain's tribe rode on a kind of mount called Moa. This was an omnivorous bipedal land bird that lived in the desert. Because of its wide forked claws, it would not sink when walking on the sand, and its pace was as fast as flying. In just a moment, the Samhain sentries arrived in front of the caravan. Seeing that the group was dressed a little strangely and was obviously not easy to get along with, the leader of this group of Samhain's elven warriors made a gesture behind his back. He asked a few people in the group to leave first and call more people over before he opened his mouth to interrogate them. The language of the desert elves was quite different from the common language of this world. Keys, who was too lazy to use glib words, simply asked Brock in the group to negotiate. The young blue dragon sized up the dozen Moa knights that surrounded the caravan. He found that the weapons used by these desert elves were quite primitive. Not only the arrowheads of the bows and the tips of the spears, but even the scimitars in the hands of some of the knights were made of flint. This was actually a normal occurrence, except for the human city-states of the Medici Empire, which had the ability to smelt iron and forge steel. Other desert tribes rarely saw steel standard weapons. Usually, only those with extremely high statuses or warriors who were especially brave and skilled in battle were qualified to obtain an iron machete. There were very few ogre brothers like the 3 ogre brothers that Kith had encountered in the beginning, who were equipped with decent equipment. As a desert elf, Brock naturally had no problem communicating with the Samhain sentries. Under careful concealment, the other party did not notice that this fellow's words had the accent of the Samhain's archenemy, the Salem tribe. He knew very well that they did not look like the tongue cutters of the caravan at all, so he did not bother to explain this problem. In fact, he repeatedly emphasized that this team was not merchants, but an extremely honorable mercenary group that relied on their true abilities to make a living. This was the work that the wandering warriors in the desert often did, but under special circumstances, they would occasionally act as bandits. The desert elves did not reject the mercenary group, and some small tribes were also engaged in this kind of work. After getting a reasonable explanation, the leader of the sentries recognized the identity of Keys and the others. Of course, this was also due to the small bag of silver that Brock had subtly handed over. After the alert was lifted, the sentries dispersed one after another, leaving only 2 riders, including the captain, to escort the team to the oasis. Blatch told them that after replenishing their water supply and purchasing food, they would bypass the central lake and head to the other side of the oasis to set up camp and rest for the night. After that, they would immediately depart and ensure that they wouldn't cause any more trouble. In order to show his sincerity, he once again gave the leader of the sentries a small bag of silver as a reward for acting as a shopping guide for the team. With the money leading the way, the 6 sand rhinos smoothly carried the team to the oasis where the Samhain Palace was located. At this time, the blazing sun on the horizon had almost completely disappeared. The prisoners who had been released from the prison fence were pushed to the periphery of the oasis by the warriors. The slightest resistance would be met with a vicious beating from the scabbard. A dozen vultures, who had long been familiar with this place, were already hovering in the sky, waiting for the opportunity to land and taste the banquet given by death. Unlike the vultures who were flying in the sky, the uninvited sand hyenas, who were also attracted by the banquet, were mercilessly expelled by the warriors due to the consideration that there would be nobles and children who might come to join in the fun. Riding a black six-legged horse, the chief of the Sawin tribe came here with his attendant warriors from the Golden Tent. This desert elf noble cherished this opportunity to appear in front of his tribesmen very much. He, who was over 70 years old, still sat upright on the horse's back. His meticulously groomed, grayish-white beard accentuated his wisdom, and his tall, solemn guards accentuated his majesty. However, what satisfied him the most was the rusty ancestral armor on his body. But as long as a military expert like Nera the Ogre, who knew the art of war, came closer to take a look, he would find that the rust was actually a kind of waxy texture that took a lot of time to render. Wear this armor, the future king of Sawin. This was what his grandfather had said to tease him. Now that he thought about it, the desert elf chief had a rich aftertaste. Seeing my poor appearance, my tribesmen will love me. This is the banner that belongs to me. Of course, if he wanted to become a qualified king, it was far from enough to be loved by his tribesmen. Reverence was also an indispensable helper for a ruler. At this time, he came to personally carry out the execution to harvest reverence by chopping off the heads of others. This way of harvesting was simple and efficient. He only needed to say a word, and someone would do the work for him. But this was only for Sheik Sawin himself. For Epicurus, who was tied up and kneeling on the hard gravel, this method was not easy. After all, no one was willing to use their own head to make a wedding dress for others. However, he was restrained by someone else and even had to chew on him. This great merchant couldn't even speak a complete word, let alone raise his own objection. In fact, Sheik Sawin was indeed overthinking. At this time, the great merchant did not have the courage to curse at him. If Epicurus spoke, his first sentence would be praise for Sheik Sawin. Then he would immediately ask for a donation agreement. He would donate all his assets to Sawin, the great desert elf tribe, to fight against the fierce and cruel Salem invaders. Elves of Sawin, what should we do in the face of other people's insults? The sound warlock beside him amplified the voice of the king of Sawin by 100 times. It was clearly transmitted to the ears of every tribesman who stopped to watch. Answer with a curved sword. Let them apologize with blood. The voices rose and fell one after another. Sheik Sawin, who was riding on a horse, continued to ask, "Is this righteous?" Righteous to the extreme. The desert elves present shouted in unison. The elderly elf stepped off the saddle and dismounted from the horse, displaying his still vigorous skills. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the curved sword from the warrior who was preparing to execute the execution. He raised it above his head and said, "Let the chief of the Sawin tribe, the nemesis of the sand lizardmen, the killer of Salem, your king, personally ask for an apology on your behalf. How about it? Excellent, excellent, absolutely correct. Let me borrow your head, my old friend." The old elf chief held the curved sword and leaned close to Epicurus, who was kneeling on the gravel, and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Chapter 101. The setting sun was as red as blood. Brock's gaze was fixed on the target in the distance, the decapitated merchant, and Sheik Sawin, who was holding a bloody scimitar. There seems to be trouble here. With the superior eyesight of the Megalosaurus race, Keyes could clearly see the torturers from afar. After observing a moment of silence for the merchant leader, who had once stood on the same side as him, his attention was attracted by something further away. As the blazing sun had disappeared, black ribbons of shadow appeared on the continuous sand dunes on the horizon. If someone were to close their eyes and look carefully, they would be able to find bits of light and crimson light from the deep darkness. At this moment, Samhain's people stationed outside the oasis were still immersed in their king's impassioned speech. Even the roaming sentries in the nearby desert responsible for the security of the royal court couldn't take care of the abnormal scene in that distant place. A naughty elf child picked up gravel from the ground and threw it at the sand rhinos that Keys and the rest were riding. Finally, a giant beast that was tired and in a bad mood couldn't take it anymore and let out a low growl at the naughty troublemaker. The troublemaker was so frightened that he sat on the ground and almost cried. Jason, who was standing at the side, calmed down the mount that was starting to get irritated. Then he took out the candied dates that Blue the ogre had given everyone on the journey and handed them to the naughty little boy. Looks like this is also our problem. Keys glanced at the paladin's actions, shrugged, and muttered softly, "There seems to be something over there." Although Brock didn't have sharp eyesight like Keys, as a warlock who was well versed in the art of sound, he still felt a trace of abnormality from the voice. From this point of view, he was much stronger than the sound warlock who was still unresponsive and serving Sheik Samhain. However, his senses were still a little lacking. The three ogre brothers and the steampunk half-lich were fully armed and surrounded Keys. As for the paladin that Keys had just recruited, "Boss, I might need to buy a weapon on credit." Jason rubbed the head of the little boy who was licking the dates one by one and said to the young blue dragon with an embarrassed but firm attitude, "Of course, there was no problem." After the trip to the abyss of hell, Neru, who was never short of strength, became never short of weapons. The weapon supplier to Keys's party quickly assembled a set of exquisite armor with 3 enchantments: Bull's strength, super balance, and excellent offense and defense for his new comrade from his collection. However, due to the ogre blacksmith's preference for thicker, harder, and longer weapons, he couldn't find a weapon suitable for Jensen's size in his collection. In the end, the paladin could only make do with a forged horse-chopping sword that was more than 5 feet long and needed to be held with both hands. Fortunately, he had enough strength, and with the addition of the bull's strength spell on the armor, it was not difficult to use this weapon to fight for a period of time. "Do you also need to upgrade your equipment?" Keys looked at tongue-taker Brock and waved the adamantine scythe in his hand twice. After testing the feeling of chopping, he kindly reminded him, "After all, there will be a battle later, and it might not be easy for you." The stubborn desert elf pulled out 2 scimitars and knocked the backs of the scimitars against each other. He replied with a slightly arrogant tone, "It's still easier to partner up with an old friend." Without further persuasion, the young blue dragon signaled to his spell consultant with his eyes. Snade, who understood tacitly, raised his mechanical prosthetic hands. After a few gestures, he added 2 temporary spell effects to Brock's 2 old friends that strengthened their hardness and sharpness. The desert elf didn't refuse this help. As a spellcaster who was also a sound warlock, he bowed to Snade in a way that mages expressed their gratitude. The steampunk half-lich also bowed in return. The patrol captain, who had been following and monitoring them, was shocked by the strange behavior of these rich people and the luxurious equipment of the entire team. The ogre, who claimed to be a wandering warrior, casually gave expensive weapons and equipment to his teammates. The ogre, who could afford to wear full-body armor, the desert elf naturally did not understand the Akatsuki steampunk culture, looked like a human aristocrat, and was actually a mage who could control mysterious energy. "What do you want?" The patrol captain pointed his spear at Keys and the others. His deliberately louder roar attracted the attention of some tribal herdsmen. Some tribal warriors even took out their own weapons and quietly surrounded them. The young blue dragon calmly walked to the tip of the patrol captain's flint spear and smiled. We want to fight, but don't worry for now. Our opponents are not you, but those. Keyes' adamantine scythe suddenly slashed in front of the patrol captain, and before the patrol captain could react, his spear was cut in two. Looking in the direction of the fallen spear and the sharp blade held by the unusually tall and burly young man in front of him, in the darkness of the night that was about to fall, in the gaps of the light from the bonfires of the oasis tribesmen, he could still vaguely see several small red dots on the distant sand dunes. What is that? Blazing shadow beasts. To be precise, it should be a group of blazing shadow beasts. Keyes looked back at Brock, revealing a look that seemed to be both asking and understanding. The former #1 warrior of the Salem Desert Elf tribe fell into silence due to confusion. As the core member of the Blazing Shadow Beasts project, Brock understood this creature better than his own disciple. This kind of war weapon must be controlled by an artificial organ called the heart of beasts. If it was used without any control, this weapon would cause more damage to Salem than to its enemies. This organ needed to be synthesized in the human body to be effective, and it was the only way to completely control the blazing shadow beasts. Brock knew very well what price Hadjer Khan Alto had paid, and what kind of pain he had suffered. The process could really be called a narrow escape. He did not know if the heart of beasts that had been successfully integrated would still be active after being taken out of the body. However, based on his understanding of the strength of Hadjer's body and the abilities of the other researchers in Salem, Brock found it hard to believe that his disciple could accomplish the results of his and a friend Hadjer's 10 years of hard work in just a few months. The desert elf held his blade with both hands and said calmly, "Let's fight and we'll know." The people of the Sawin tribe, who were still wandering around the execution site, also noticed the group of red flashes coming from afar in the dark night. The sound Warlock standing beside the chief reminded his king, "We can't stay here for long. Quickly gather the warriors in the tribe. I can already hear the sound of death in the wind." The elderly elven chief nodded and pointed at the trumpet guard. The young elven warrior hurriedly put the horn on his back to his mouth and blew it with all his might. "It's a little late to leave now. Gather all the warriors of the tribe. I want to experience it myself." Sheik Sawin threw back the scimitar that he had taken from the executioner and pulled out the refined steel blade at his waist. He stroked the cloud patterns on the side of the scimitar and glanced at the decapitated Epicurus lying on the ground. He said calmly, "A friend has already told me about Salem's new weapon." Chapter 102. To the people of Salem. The blazing shade beast was something new. These desert elven warriors had not seen this new weapon before. In comparison, the scimitars in their hands and the horses under them made them feel more at ease. Similarly, the dead Hadjer Alto had also considered the question of, should we expose this strange biological weapon to the world? In fact, this question had been bothering him for a long time. Although he had paid a great price to fuse with the heart of the beasts that could control this weapon, the desert elven chieftain had kept all the blazing shade beasts in the cave as a backup plan. The number of blazing shade beasts was strictly limited to about 100, but Hucknan Alto, the new lord of Salem, had a different idea. Having served in the Nesta production, he was very clear about the danger of this beast. It was only a young blazing shade beast, and when it went berserk, it could easily kill multiple adult desert elves. It was an extremely serious waste to leave such a powerful weapon in the arsenal to collect dust. Furthermore, Huck Keenan was in dire need of an unprecedented victory right now. He needed this to establish his authority and gain the recognition of all the desert elves as the self-proclaimed Khan. He also needed to satisfy the requirements of the soul-binding crystal. It was because of the above considerations that Hucknen finally decided to let the blazing shade beast appear on this dark night, with the enemy of Salem as the audience to get cheers from them. With the help of the soul-binding crystal, he was able to fuse the heart of the beasts into his body in just one day. Unlike his father's choice, Hucknen did not transplant the beast's heart into his arm. According to the soul-binding crystal, this was purely a waste of the heart of the beast's effect. The desert elf cut open his own chest and cruelly placed it on his young heart. Then, according to the instructions of the soul-binding crystal, after chanting a few simple incantations to activate it, the power of the heart of the beasts was completely released. Although Hucknen fainted in a few breaths due to the lack of blood, when the blazing shade primordial blood accumulated in the beast's heart flowed through the connected blood vessels into his limbs and bones, the young desert elf was instantly awakened by a warm current. When he opened his eyes, the wound that he had just ruthlessly cut open had already healed. His fingers stroked the scarlet scab on the healed wound, and Huck Keenan could clearly feel the pulse inside his body. It was a kind of power that was like an explosive flame, as well as an irresistible desire for blood and slaughter that was born in the depths of his heart. The beast has awakened. The soul-binding crystal made the final conclusion to the evolution process of this ambitious desert elf. Huck Keenan had already completely thrown away any trace of remorse he had for killing his father and framing his teacher. At this moment, he only wanted to show the world the power he had just obtained and spread the great terror to all the lands he could reach. Men, the new Lord of Salem, let out a roar that was louder than a beast's. His voice could be heard even deep underground where the tribe reared the blaze shadow beasts. Gather the blaze shadow beasts and set off immediately. We will arrive tonight. When the sun rises tomorrow, I want to drink in the golden tent of the Sawin people. Due to transportation and resources, the distance between the warring parties in this world was rarely more than a day's journey on horseback. Most of the time, the tribal wars in the desert would be decided within a few days. Like Sawin and Salem, who had been fighting for nearly 2 years, it could be said to be a rare occurrence in 100 years. After a long battle, the two sides were familiar with each other's routines. Under normal circumstances, the confrontation between the two tribes was a ritual war. At a specific time, the army would be sent out to fight. As for the surprise attack tactics, both sides, as desert nomads, naturally had a lot of anti-surprise preparations. For example, the patrol system. As the name implied, the patrol was a guerrilla sentry. In the desert less than 100 miles away from the two sides, there were many guerrilla teams composed of elite warriors. Similar to the Moa riders that Keyes and the others encountered before approaching the oasis where the Sawin Palace was located, these patrols did not have a fixed combat mission. The purpose of their existence was to routine alert and guard against the enemy's surprise attack. The patrol teams were generally in groups of 5 and rarely fought when they were attacked. Even if they were forced into a fight to the death, they would timely fire the whistling arrows made by the sound warlocks of their respective tribes to pass the news of the enemy attack to the nearest companions. Therefore, large-scale military operations between the two sides were rarely not known to the enemy in advance. However, with the blazing shade beasts, the situation was very different. Under the guidance of the heart of the beasts, more than 100 blazing shade beasts formed 10 hunting teams. This dangerous synthetic biological weapon was extremely proficient in the stealth joint attack technique. They could quickly dig in the sand, lurk to the side of the Sawin sentries, and then launch a surprise attack. The blazing shade beasts would first attack the Sawin riders on the back of the mounts. The beasts that rushed out of the sand would instantly pounce on the riders and kiss their throats. As for the Moas, they would be taken care of in the next wave of attacks. If the mounts did not die, and turned to flee, with the leg strength of these synthetic beasts, they would be able to catch up to their prey in a few breaths of time and burn them to ashes with the blazing flames that gushed out of their bellies. Murder and arson, they were experts. In this way, the blazing shade beasts killed all the way, and none of the sentries escaped to report. Salem's army arrived near the Samhain's court shortly after nightfall. Only 2,000 Salem sergeants followed the blazing shade beasts because it took at least a full day for the tribal warriors of the desert elves to gather. For the young chieftain who had just taken over and had yet to establish his personal prestige, it would take a little longer. Harkonnen, who had long been unable to restrain himself, was naturally unwilling to endure the pain of the burning blood in his heart. Therefore, he only brought his personal warriors along. The ink-black night hid the tracks of the surprise army well. Standing on the sand dune and looking at the oasis where the Samhain's court was located, the young desert elves could feel the high spirits of war in their brand-new hearts. The blazing shade beasts that could also hear the song were infected by the scene of blood blooming depicted in it. However, the synthetic beasts were not ordinary beasts. The more excited they were before the battle, the calmer they were to accumulate their strength. The heat storage organs exposed on the surface of their bodies were gradually compressed by the muscles that gradually tightened. The light that was originally somewhat dazzling at a close distance became much dimmer. After the blazing shade beasts finished drinking, the personal warriors moved the special food troughs made of whole cowhide leather and filled with black oil to the rear of the team. Harkonnen pulled out the sickle-edged sword he was used to using and slashed forward. The young king of Salem gave his order in a tone that could not be questioned. All troops attack. Although they could not understand the words of the desert elves, the song emitted by the heart of the beasts was still accurately transmitted to the minds of the blazing shade beasts lying on the sand dune. This group of synthetic beasts that were born to kill all stood up. Under the boiling blood, the heat storage organs in their bodies seemed to be ignited, emitting a dazzling blazing light. Blazing shade beasts, charge! Wild beasts that looked like black panthers that had been magnified many times leaped out from the top of the sand dune, alternating between the 6 legs as they moved forward. In the pitch-black night, they used the vast desert as a picture scroll, drawing winding straight lines that dragged the light along the path. Keyes stood on the back of a sleeping sand rhino and looked into the distance. Seeing such a scene, he could not help but praise. "You don't say, it's quite beautiful." In order to prevent the sand rhinos from exploding due to fright, the ogre witch doctor gave them some hypnotic potions. At this time, these huge camel beasts had all fallen into a deep sleep. Unlike the calmness of Keyes and the others, the Samhain Palace oasis was now a boiling cauldron of voices. The children who had slipped out to watch the fun were all anxiously called back home by their families. Other than the tribal warriors who had gathered quickly, all the men who could pull the bowstring and pick up the scimitar had brought their own equipment and walked out of the house to prepare to face the enemy. Some of the older mothers led the women to the Sapphire Lake and began to set up leather rafts made of animal leather. In case the situation changed, they could let the children retreat to the safer lake surface first. The Samhain tribe had more than 10,000 warriors who could control bowstrings. In the oasis where the palace was located, there were thousands of elite warriors stationed all year round. In addition, there were the tribal herdsmen who spontaneously set out to protect their homes. They were all men who could be considered half a warrior when they picked up a sword and mounted a horse. There were also the passing merchants who were passively or actively arranged by the Samhain warriors to assist in the battle. Keyes and the others were among them. Sheik Samhain attached great importance to the enemy. However, although he had obtained information about the blazing shadow beasts from Epicurus, whom he had borrowed the head of and had taken countermeasures with a serious attitude, When the battle broke out, he realized that he did not seem to be fully prepared. The first wave of enemies was the patrol team that was originally wandering around the palace. At this time, they were shouldering the heavy responsibility of stalling for time for the Sawan tribe to gather forces. Dozens of warriors riding moas were divided into two groups. They launched a pincer attack on the blazing shadow beasts from both sides at the same time. This kind of pincer attack formation was the desert cavalry's conventional countercharge tactic. It could not only avoid the enemy's spearhead, but also continuously nibble away the army's effective strength from both sides. If used properly, it could effectively achieve the tactical effect of blocking the enemy's charge. However, the charging blazing shadow beasts were far from the opponents that the Moa riders had encountered before. Not only did this group of synthetic beasts have a natural understanding of tactics that exceeded that of ordinary military commanders, but they also had the powerful strength to ensure that their mission could be completed, as well as the courage to face death with equanimity. The main force of more than 100 blazing shadow beasts did not change. They still maintained the charging formation. On the other hand, two squads with 10 blazing shadow beasts as a group were divided into two squads on both sides. Aiming at the Moa bird riders who were charging at them from the flanks, they launched a sniping operation that seemed to be more appropriate to describe it as hunting. Some blazing shadow beasts ran directly into the sand halfway, while others were still running with all their might, attracting the attention of the Moa riders. Not long after, the scene of murder and arson that had happened in the desert before was repeated. Chapter 103. Compared to the late Hajar Alto, the chief of the Sawan tribe had more descendants. When someone came to attack, naturally, there would be descendants who wanted to show off their abilities, scrambling to be the first to serve. After the sentries set off to stop the enemy's charge, dozens of such Gongsun nobles followed closely behind, each leading a group of elite mounted archers to provide support. The desert elves were skilled with bows and horses. In addition, they were Moas. Due to their bipedal movement, they were much steadier as a shooting platform than four-legged or multi-legged mounts. The archers of the Sawan tribe had always had an advantage in the war against the Salem tribe. The dark night could not completely cover the eyes of these elite archers. Under the faint light of the moon and stars, and under the illumination of the fire arrows prepared by the astute archers, they could clearly see the scene of the blazing shadow beasts killing people. Shocked by the killing efficiency of these strange beasts, these Sawan warriors quickly drew their bows and knocked their arrows in an attempt to stop the charge of the blazing shadow beasts with the accurate arrows in their hands. In less than 10 breaths of time after they got into position, the sentries were almost completely slaughtered. There was no possibility of rescue at all. These elite mounted archers lived up to their reputation of being good at shooting. Most of the arrows they shot accurately pierced into the bodies of the blazing shadow beasts that were charging forward. However, this level of attack did not seem to be effective. Some of the archers with better eyesight saw that although the arrows they shot did not penetrate the bodies of the beasts, they spontaneously combusted in a short while. The wounds also quickly healed after a flash of fire. The flint arrowheads that remained in the beasts' bodies did not seem to be a hindrance at all. Biochemical weapons and bows. The difference between these weapons is more than a generation. Keyes could not help but sigh as he watched the Sawan people on the battlefield successively suffer in a short period of time. He then took out the wailing double-barreled shotgun that he had not used for some time and carefully took care of it, tightening the brass-hinged trigger device, cleaning the dust in the chamber, and loading the dumb-type shotgun bullets with glycerin. From these extremely professional movements, it was impossible to tell that he was actually a master of body tracing. Driven by Sawan's warriors, The young Blue Dragons group and the other unlucky merchant groups were pushed to the front of the battle line to meet the first wave of the blazing shade beasts. Anyone who tried to escape would be greeted by arrows and scimitars from the desert elf warriors. Many of these merchants were so frightened that their teeth were chattering, but even more of them were cursing loudly in all kinds of accents. Sawin's Gongsun nobles and Gongsun nobles had already retreated with their archers. They needed some time to equip themselves with spears and scimitars before they went to prove their bravery, and this time needed to be fought for by the merchants' volunteer army. The blazing shade beasts were synthetic beasts born for war. They weren't picky about their enemies. Whether it was the desert elf warriors or the volunteer army formed by the merchants, as long as they were in their way, they were a good target. In fact, the merchants who dared to plunder wealth through trade in the desert weren't pushovers. The merchant group guards under them could be considered to have some strength when gathered together. At the very least, they weren't defeated in a single blow when they clashed with the blazing shade beasts. However, that was all there was to it. The strength of the exotic beasts charging at them was beyond their imagination, no matter what kind of damage the weapons in their hands inflicted on them. The wounds would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye with just a flash of fire. When the blazing shade beasts fought, even the slightest damage caused by their huge mutated claws could break bones and tear tendons. The slightest carelessness would result in them being dragged out of their formation and having their throats slit. Some of the smarter merchant group warriors saw the throbbing heat storage organs on the surface of the blazing shade beasts' bodies and thought that they might be the vital parts of their bodies. Thus, they mustered up their courage and tried to slash at those places with the weapons in their hands. The result was either that they failed, the skin of the heat storage organs was actually much tougher than it looked, or if they were unlucky enough to succeed, they would be sprayed by the deflagration flames gushing out of the organs and be set ablaze as they wailed in pain. This was the tragedy of being a background character. Even if they had the courage to fight to the death, they didn't have a suitable weapon. What was a suitable weapon to deal with these synthetic beasts? A forged steel horse-chopping sword more than 5 feet long, or an ebony flail with an even more exaggerated length and weight were both good choices. The paladins and ogres, who held these two weapons, showed their brilliance in the battle against the blazing shadow beast. Although Quess had said before the battle that this was actually a team-building activity, the paladins and ogres shone brilliantly. The truth was close to that. For the companions of the young Blue Dragon, who had experienced the Blood War, the grandest war in the multiverse, even if they had only participated in an unknown battle in a corner of the universe, they were still able to look down on the opponents they had encountered in the material plane at this time. Even if the blazing shade beasts were proficient in concealment and pincer attacks, they were still nothing compared to the high-level demons in the lower realm. Even if these guys came in menacingly, the scale of more than 100 of them was far from comparable to the army of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Thenari demons gathered in the bottomless abyss. It's not a fight at all. Tongue Taker, Brock, who had recently joined Keys's small team, couldn't help but secretly click his tongue when he saw the situation after the two who had been by his side for the past 2 days took the initiative to attack. Not to mention the brawny ogre, who was much larger than his own kind, and looked like he was not to be trifled with. With Nalu's size, the blazing shade beast was only similar to a slightly larger cat in front of him. When he swung his terrifying ebony flail, even if it was as ferocious as a fusion beast, it still had to consider whether its body could withstand such a blow. Brock originally thought highly of Jensen, but after his performance, after he swung his weapon, the desert elf couldn't help but deeply feel that he had seriously underestimated the strength of this man before. The forged steel horse-slaying sword was still not very smooth to use at first. This paladin, who had been dispirited for a period of time, still needed some time to get back to his previous state. But even so, the performance when he swung the sword was still amazing. He didn't use a trace of holy power as support, or it could be said that only a weak amount of holy power was restrained in his body. Jensen only relied on his skillful technique to face the attacks of the blazing shade beasts head-on. He twisted his waist and pulled in his abdomen, and the strength was transmitted from his heels to his wrists, driving the greatsword held in both hands to slash from the bottom left to the top right. Although it was just an ordinary uppercut, both the timing and the strength could be said to be perfect. This move, which had both the effect of slashing and blocking, not only succeeded in stopping the fusion beast's pouncing momentum, but also left a wound that was almost completely cut open between its chest and abdomen. Eoh! Woo! The blazing shade beast let out a miserable howl, but before the sound could reach the ears of its companions in the distance, Jensen's consecutive attacks came like a shadow. Taking advantage of the beast's pain, the paladin leaped up slightly and used the horse-slaying sword from top to bottom to skewer its head into the sand. After the successful blow, he immediately pulled out his sword and turned around. With the help of the force generated by the twisting of his waist and abdomen, with a spiral of accumulated power, he slashed at the sneak attacker, who had jumped out from where he was originally standing. In a flash, the two fusion beasts that were still showing off were both beheaded. Although it was thanks to the equipment given by the ogre blacksmith, it still had to be said that Jensen's swordsmanship was really amazing. Chapter 104. Unlike the dazzling fighting style of the ogre Neru and the paladin Jensen, the Tongue Taker did not have any outstanding performance after joining the battle. This desert elf supreme warrior, who was good at using dual swords, carefully controlled his weapons, and constantly wandered between the battle groups. He did not use the sound technique to fight, because it was very likely to expose him. Although it was still uncertain whether Hucknan had successfully merged with the heart of the beasts, it was very likely that this tyrannical patricide was hiding not far away at this moment, secretly observing the situation here. As expected, at this moment, Hucknan was indeed leading the six-legged horse and standing on the sand dune. Originally, the young chief of the Salem tribe was prepared to lead his personal warriors to attack the Sawin king standing under the banner of the Great Banner after observing the enemy's tactical formation. In his expectation, the Sawin army should soon collapse under the attack of the blazing shadow beasts. However, some small troubles affected Hucknan's decision. Because of the transplanting of the heart of the beasts, an inexplicable bond had appeared between him and the blazing shadow beasts. In fact, not only could he control the blazing shadow beasts through this connection, but the blazing shadow beasts could also influence him through this connection. At this time, the fusion beasts came out in full force, and they passed this emotion to Hucknan. The heart of the beasts in his chest also accelerated because of this, and the blazing shadow primordial blood rushed through his blood vessels to his limbs and bones. This sudden change shocked Hucknan. The young desert elf chief did not even have time to pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. He did not notice that the blazing shadow beasts were facing a tough obstacle at this time. In fact, he had encountered the violent ogre when he robbed a caravan before. Hucknan's palms suppressed the beating of the heart of the beasts. The strength was so great that he even dug out the enamel decoration on his chest armor. Don't be nervous. Just let the other warriors attack first, and then follow the heart of the beasts. The words of the soul-binding crystal came like timely rain, calming Hakkinen down a little. He regained his spirit and gave a new order to his personal warriors behind him. Charge to the death. The target is the false king of Sawin. Attack. This time, the young Salem elf chieftain tightened his grip on his sword, unlike how he always took the lead when he launched the charge to the death. As for the group of blazing shadow beasts at this time, due to the severe warning from Quest Team and the Merchants' Revolutionary Army, these smart fusion beasts immediately scattered and gave up on this difficult bone to chew. For them, their desire to kill would eventually yield to their tactical goals. Compared to the Merchants' rebel army that had a group of true monsters, the true goal of the blazing shadow beasts was to disrupt the Samhain elven formation that had already gathered and eliminate the tribe's living forces. Without the guidance of the heart of the beasts, these battlefield hunters who were well-versed in the art of avoiding the enemy's main force and attacking the enemy's weak points sneaked into the sand in batches. Quickly leave this place. The merchants in the rebel army raised their arms and shouted. With the retreat of the blazing shadow beasts, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. The quick-witted ones immediately seized this opportunity to call for everyone to escape from this troublesome place. The Samhain elven army began to be attacked by the blazing shadow beasts. Exhausted from dealing with them, they could not spare any manpower to intercept the fleeing merchants. At the same time, Hakkonen's charge to the death also came unexpectedly. The horse team swept over from afar and plunged straight into the Samhain elven formation, their vanguard pointing directly at the big banner in the middle of the formation. Because the camel beasts that the warriors of the Samhain and Salem tribes rode were different, the fusion beasts did not have to worry about accidentally injuring their allies. Although they did not have the concept of allies, they had just suffered a great loss under the hands of Key's companions. They rushed out of the sand and launched a retaliatory attack on the Samhain elves. With a surprise attack, relying on the weight and the grip of the aberration's forelimbs, they could often instantly drag the Moa riders and their birds into the sand pit beneath them. The riders who were ambushed did not even have time to react before their lives were reaped by the sharp claws and teeth. What's more, where the Samhain warriors gathered together, there would often be a few blazing shadow beasts gathered together. The heat storage organs on their bodies were agitated, pumping out large amounts of blazing flames to break through the surface of the sand. Blood and flames. The Samhain warriors experienced the pain with their own eyes. Blood and flames. The blazing shadow beasts could enjoy a feast of slaughter. "Old elf, you seem to need a little help." A voice came from behind the chief of the Samhain tribe, who was frowning because of the situation on the battlefield. After digesting and analyzing the ancient power dragon scales, the young blue dragon had obtained many of the abilities of the legendary Megalosaurus. Now, even if he did not use spells, he could achieve the effect of high-level invisibility just by controlling the refraction of light. This made Keys, who could only use the Kang's stealth route, become a stealth expert comparable to the top rogues. With this unique skill, he easily walked step by step to the center of the Samhain tribe's formation without anyone noticing. Quest didn't forget about his disguise, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to do some marketing. How could he give up such a good opportunity when he had not had enough fun role-playing? If he wanted to do business, he had to find the right customer. So after asking, Keys' figure appeared out of thin air in a flash. This made the guards and the sound warlock standing beside the chief of the elf tribe turn pale with fright. It looked like they were going to join forces to attack this door-to-door salesman if there was any disagreement. The Zazan chieftain was the only one who remained calm. This old desert elf had the wisdom and experience that time had given him. He knew very well that if such a master who could silently sneak up to him just wanted to take his life, he would have succeeded long ago. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Stopping his subordinate's reaction, the Zazan tribal chief calmly asked the young blue dragon, who had transformed into human form. Keys showed a smile that a certain Yugoloth merchant had seen many times and unforgettable, and replied loudly, "A merchant is naturally in pursuit of profit, an elf of Samhain. Due to the concealment effect spell, there was a corner of the battlefield that no one paid attention to. The three people who were not very interested in the battle were excitedly studying the few blazing shadow beasts that were killed. This is the kind of beast that can roast itself. Out of interest in fresh ingredients, Brew took out his whaling harpoon and cut off a piece of meat from the synthetic beast. He put it in his mouth and tried to chew it, then spat it out. It's so hot, and the taste is terrible. There's a strange smell that can't be removed. Looking helplessly at his greedy brother, the ogre witch doctor took out a potion to treat burns and handed it over. Mr. Paru. Snader, who was concentrating on the dissection, carefully took out a piece of heat storage organ from the blazing shadow beast. He had tried several times before, but it ended in failure. Once this organ was cut, the heat contained in it would be released violently, and even the heat-resistant flesh of the synthetic beast would be burned. It seems that we have underestimated this biological weapon before. In the palm of the Demolica's mechanical prosthesis, the pieces of the heat storage organ that had been taken out were restlessly changing forms. This organ, which was collected from the blazing shadow beast that was beheaded by Jensen, was still alive. The self-destruction phenomenon during the dissection was more like a kind of self-protection. With some conjecture, Snader tried to use the evocation spell Burning Hand to directly heat the pieces of the organ in his hand and then re-implant them into the blazing shadow beast. As expected, just like a car that had run out of gas, the dead Chimera showed signs of regenerating after its head was severed. The genetic characteristics of the troll and has been optimized. Seeing this situation, Paru immediately made his own conjecture. The ogre witch doctor signaled to Snader, and the latter made a please gesture with the mechanical prosthesis. Strong acid gushed out of the troll's skull staff and covered the section of the blazing shadow beast's head that was still sprouting flesh. The dead synthetic beast twitched and struggled as if it had been electrocuted, and thick smoke came out of the hidden exhaust holes on the side of its body. The acid was still effective. Chapter 105. If the blue dragon is dealt with properly, it can be said that it is the most agreeable of the Penishade dragons. When mortal merchants communicate with them, if they know how to make profits, very few blue dragons will choose to resort to force. They will often use methods such as collecting taxes, trading, the terms of both sides are not equal, and negotiation to obtain profits. As long as there is no enmity between them, even if they meet a metal dragon that contradicts their beliefs, the blue dragon will usually only expel them. There is rarely a precedent of directly attacking with the intention of killing the other party. The only exception is the brown dragon, which is of a similar faction, also belonging to the evil faction, and lives in a neighboring environment, also liking to live in the desert. For this subspecies of Megalosaurus, the blue dragon population will always fight to the death, and vice versa. Dragon researcher Brew. The life of Megalosaurus 2 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. On the Blood War battlefield, 2 years was not worth mentioning. A small-scale battle could take up to 100 years. But it was different in the material plane. At the very least, with the efforts of a schemer who had been carefully lying in wait for many years, 2 years was enough to complete the act of a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest. The dragon's lair was a good example. After Keyes returned from the Acid Fog Canyon through Avernus's portal to another world, he wanted to start a relaxing team game due to his encounter with tongue-taker Brock. He did not expect that his birthplace had already changed hands. And the one who took over the magpie's nest was the nemesis of a blue dragon, the brown dragon. Previously, when the Duke of Thunder was in charge of the dragon's lair in the Dragonheart Hall, The brown dragon had been carefully hiding its tracks out of fear of Soroda's strength. Once the old dragon responded to the Dragon Queen's summons and led the backbone of the dragon group to hell to participate in the conscription of the Acid Fog Canyon, the schemer could not wait to launch his long-planned usurpation plan. Without Soroda in charge, there was no one in the dragon's lair who could fight a brown dragon that had lived for nearly 1,000 years and was in the stage of an ancient dragon. Even the adult blue dragon, left behind in the dragon's lair, and the Dragonkin clan were no match for it. Like a sandstorm commonly seen in the desert, the brown dragon Cathilian suddenly appeared. 2 adult blue dragons, as well as the blue dragon priest who was loyal to Soroda and the legendary chief of the Kobold clan, Malongo Sharptooth, were all easily killed by Soroda in an unstoppable manner. From then on, the dragon nest changed owners. The remaining young blue dragon and newborn dragon, whelps, were forced to submit to the despotic power of the usurper and became his slaves. Compared to the blue dragon, the brown dragon's personality was extremely bad. Not only did he like to enslave young Megalosaurus, but he also cruelly exploited the other races living in the dragon's lair. The prosperous dragonborn Kobold clan had long since become a thing of the past. In the past 2 years, most of the newborn Kobold cubs would die within a month due to the lack of food. Many caravans had chosen to pay tribute in exchange for protection, so that they could safely pass through the vast desert controlled by the dragon nest. But after the brown dragon usurped power, he wantonly slaughtered and robbed the merchants of their riches to fill his personal treasury. Cathilian's favorite thing to do was to lie on the throne that originally belonged to Soroda in the Dragonheart Hall and use his claws to rob silver cars one by one. At that time, he would often eat a whole barbecued pack horse. If he was even slightly dissatisfied, the kobold responsible for making the food would be thrown into his wide and long maw as a seasoning. The brown dragon of the dragon nest had been bitter for a long time, but it had to be admitted that the usurper had the strength to match his brutality. The eggs of this subspecies of Megalosaurus were about the same size as the eggs of red dragons. Newborn dragon whelps were superior to blue dragons in both size and intelligence. Apart from not being good at flying, their wings were too ugly and pitifully small, but they could still fly by relying on magic. In other aspects, blue dragons of the same age couldn't compare to brown dragons. What truly frightened Cathilian was the magic of the Duke of Thundercrash, as well as the blue dragon, whelps that had gathered together due to their social attributes. When Soroda ruled this territory, the brown dragon didn't even dare to go out to look for food. He could only hide in the depths of the desert and rely on sand to survive. It was also because of this caution that he had maintained for nearly 1,000 years that the original ruler of the dragon nest didn't even know of the existence of such a nemesis. The blue dragon hides in the depths, while the brown dragon appears in the fields. As a subspecies of Megalosaurus, the brown dragon was actually the product of a modification experiment. The first brown dragon in the multiverse was born in the laboratory of the Amasker. They were able to spread across the material plane due to the multiple self-destruction and migration of the Amasker civilization. Similar to what happened to Keys, Cathilian was inextricably linked to the Amasker civilization. However, the latter didn't have such a long history. He was actually created by an ancient soul-binding sorcerer who knew of the Amasker brown dragon's modification technology. His dragon egg was formed about 1,000 years ago. Because it was an artificial Megalosaurus, the brown dragon didn't have a complete draconic heritage like the blue dragon. While they had a certain advantage in terms of physical and intellectual strength, they suffered from a lack of systematic knowledge, and their attainments in the field of magic were usually limited. After the sudden death of the soul-binding sorcerer, the brown dragon successfully escaped from the laboratory. from an enslaved beast to a stray dog hiding under a sand dune, there was not a single day in the past 1,000 years that Cuselian did not wish that he could master the profound art of magic. With the departure of the blue dragon Sirota, the brown dragon finally had a good dragon life. Having enjoyed the thrill of being the master, Cthullian naturally didn't want to be under someone else's control again. However, he also knew, as the enslaved kobolds and young blue dragon had told him about Sirota's departure with the dragons, that while the bloody battle was fraught with danger, the mountain that had once weighed on his head could very well reappear one day. It wasn't until a crystal fragment appeared in his treasury that he finally found a solution to his troubles. After robbing a caravan, the brown dragon was inspecting the spoils of war that he had obtained. Suddenly, he found the crystal that was somewhat familiar to him. "Cthullian, my servant and successor." A voice suddenly rang out in the mind of the brown dragon, who was carefully examining the crystal fragment with his claw. Suddenly, memories that had been sealed for 1,000 years were unlocked. Memories of his childhood that he couldn't bear to recall jumped into his mind. The brown dragon, who was already at the age of an ancient dragon, suddenly felt an unstoppable sense of fear. He felt as if he had turned back into a weak young dragon. Forcing himself to calm down and suppress the fear in his heart, Cthullian wanted to completely destroy the crystal fragment that was obviously related to its creator. However, the following words of the voice made him give up on his initial thought. "When you hear this voice, I will already be dead. However, the skills and treasures of the great soul-binding sorcerer should not be buried. Megalosaurus, who has become very powerful, please accept my test and collect the other 2 crystal fragments. With them, you will have the right to become the new master of the soul-binding tower and inherit the magical powers that I was once proud of. You are the soul of the soul-binding sorcerer." Cthullian thought for a moment and asked, "No, I am only a tool to repeat what has already been recorded. I am only the key to opening the soul-binding tower." The crystal fragment flickered, and the voice in the brown dragon's mind answered, "Soul-binding crystal is my current name." Chapter 106. Language was a power that was often neglected. A good speaker mastered 7 basic principles. Host and guest, lying in the background, setting off, taking care of, opposing, saving words, and being subtle. By doing so, he could put the hearts of others into his own hands. Whether it was pecking, cleansing, punishing evil and persuading good, or covering up mistakes, it was all out of one's own will, and no one would disobey. The soul-binding crystal was an expert in using this kind of power. In just a few words, not only did he get himself out of the predicament of being destroyed, but he also put the second king of the dragon nest into the hub. Listening to his inner need for magic power, Cuslan temporarily put aside the happy time of resting in the Dragonheart Hall and began to prepare for his studies. Under the guidance of the soul-binding crystal in his hand, he easily unlocked the first mission target, the heart of the beasts and the soul-binding crystal that belonged to it. Unlike other Megalosaurus, brown dragons did not like to roam in the sky. They preferred to sneak quickly on the ground. Under the careful service of the Dragon Nest clan, Cuslan, whose body had become a little bloated, went straight into the depths of the ground and swam quickly toward the target with his claws, as if he was paddling water. Just follow the beast heart. This was the message that the soul-binding crystal in Huck Nan's body gave to him before he gave the order to charge to his personal warriors. Chief Salem had always obeyed the words of this new friend beside him. It was just that after the real close combat, he suddenly felt a little at a loss. He could still control himself when he was a little far away, but now the group of blazing shadow beasts, which were closely connected to the heart of the beasts, was close at hand. The impact of the blazing shadow beasts on Huck-Nen was comparable to that of a stormy sea. But how could the beast heart direct him to move forward? In between the violent pumping of his heart, the young desert elf hesitated for a moment. He could not help but growl in a low voice. "What is the beast heart? What is the beast heart?" Ja! A sonic boom interrupted Huck-Nan's thoughts. He, who fell behind the charging echelon, suffered a fierce blow. Although he could not see the appearance of the attacker in the dark, the voice that he had heard for decades still made Huck-Nan's soul leave his body in an instant, because it was the unique, cold voice of his teacher, the tongue-taker Brock, who had been framed by him and had to flee for his life. At the beginning of the Salem warrior's suicidal charge, the sharp-eyed tongue-taker saw Hakkinen, who was dressed in bright armor. What was even more infuriating was that this traitorous disciple actually hid at the back of the team after launching the charge to the death that symbolized Salem's honor. Brock gritted his teeth and said, "What a disgrace to Hadjar Khan." Although the former #1 expert of Salem, who was both a supreme warrior and a sound warlock, was regarded as a traitor by the tribe, he had no intention of wantonly slaughtering his former compatriots. Relying on his superb skills and the 2 scimitars in his hands, this desert elf powerhouse was able to maneuver through the chaotic army with ease. With a slash and a swipe of the scimitar, the enemy's weapon would often be blocked or sent away. It would not be blocked at all. Brock's movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was as if he was walking a waltz to the side of his former disciple. He did not use the sound of death to directly kill Hakkinen, who was talking to himself while riding on the horse. Instead, the tongue-taker only used 30% of his ability to use the sound of intimidation to shoot Hakkinen off the horse. He was not only here for revenge, but more importantly, he wanted to teach this traitorous disciple a good lesson, to let him understand what was called honor. "Brat, you've really disgraced me," Blatch said what he had just said in his heart. The 6-legged horse that Hakkinen was riding was originally tamed by his teacher and given to him. At this moment, facing Brock, it naturally did not have the slightest intention to resist. Seeing that the 2 chiefs were at loggerheads, this smart mount shrugged its broad shoulders and slowly trotted out of the battle circle. "Today, we are going to settle this." Brock drew 2 scimitars in the air and calmly looked at his disciple, who he had taught with all his heart. "Let's only compete in swordsmanship. I want to teach you what honor is. My disciple. Beast's heart. Beast's heart. Beast's heart." Seeing that his 5 accumulations were in vain, the young Salem chief restrained his impulse to call for help from his personal warriors. Accompanied by a frantic rhythm in his chest, he followed his former teacher's teachings and held the scythe hilt with one hand holding the blade of the scythe. The blade was held horizontally with the tip slightly tilted. "You are my disciple. You attack first." Without any pretense of politeness, Hakkinen pounced on his teacher. He was very clear about the way this desert elf who taught him his skills did things. He would repay kindness and take revenge. This was the origin of the nickname, Tongue-Taker. It was a matter of life and death. The young chief mustered up all his spirit and used everything he had learned in his life. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. He knew that this was different from the daily training he had to do when he was young. If there was a slight mistake, he would not receive a slap from the back of the scimitar, but a fatal blow from the blade. Not bad. At least you did not relax. You have merged with the heart of the beasts. Your strength has also increased to a certain extent. Brock waved his scimitars to intercept Hakkinen's attack while paying attention to his footsteps. Occasionally, he would remind him Don't just stare at the scimitars in other people's hands. Look at his footsteps. Idiot who only knows how to eat but not how to hit. Although Hakkinen had the advantage of the heart of the beasts and his age, he did not have to worry about the physical strength consumed by attacking first. However, he still did not have the time to be annoyed by Brock's sarcastic words. Even if Hakkinen had learned every move that the desert elf used, he still could only parry and could not fight back. After all, he was the one who was attacking first. Zha! A violent sound wave suddenly came out. However, it was not Brock's sneak attack, and the target of the sound wave was not Hakkinen, who was struggling to defend himself. Feeling the movement under his feet, Brock knew that the blazing shadow beast was lurking and preparing for a surprise attack. Therefore, he took the initiative to attack first. He used the sound of death with full power to penetrate the sand under his feet. The sound did not sound loud, but the power was quite amazing. After a conical ripple, the sand under the two people's feet sank more than 2 feet. The blazing shadow beast, lurking underground, gushed out like a gurgling spring. Your move. Brock's cold voice suddenly became colder. It's my turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the scimitar of the tongue-taker turned into a spring thunder and swept toward his disappointing disciple. Hakkinen had also learned these moves. He had even used some of them when he was attacking first. However, in the hands of his master, ordinary moves became magical. What is it? Proficiency. The young chieftain did not even have the strength to defend himself. In the span of 10 breaths, he had been struck 17 times. If it weren't for the excellent protection of his armor and Brock's unexpected choice of places to attack, Hakkinen would have been cut to pieces a long time ago. Kid, you're still far from enough. He viciously spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the unconscious young chieftain. After spitting, he still felt that it was not enough to vent his anger, so he gave him a kick. If you weren't the son of Anda, you would have died a long time ago. After saying that, Blatch grabbed the collar of the traitorous disciple's armor with one hand and dragged him out of the battle circle. The unconscious Hakkinen slowly opened his eyes. As blood flowed out, the heart of the beasts increased the rate at which the blazing shadow origin blood was being pumped into his veins. A wicked smile appeared on his face as blood filled his eyes. Hakkinen used his left hand to grab the powerful arm that was holding him. Under his opponent's shocked gaze, Hakkinen thrust the scythe sword he had been holding in his right hand into his master's chest at lightning speed. Just follow the beast heart. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.